Namaskar, good morning, good day, and Bharat India, good Independence Day. Congratulations to Bharat, congratulations to India. August 15, 2020, Independence Day, स्वतंत्रता दिवस, भारत का स्वतंत्रता we got, liberty we got, independence we got from British on this day, 15th August 1947, and this is August 15, 2020. Namaskar, Assalamu alaikum, Havatullah, Barakat, Wanakam, and all wishes to everybody all over the world and Bharat India. This is very significant day for each citizen of Bharat India. A day of pride, a day of strong will, a day that claims, that indicates that we are determined people. We have high level of spirits, we have high level of souls. We can go to whatever extent is required to go to get our rights, and we got it. And this is a day that indicates that we citizens of Bharat and all of the classes of Bharat are very strong, very strong. We are simple people but determined people. This is what it indicates. Bharat India, my dear friends, Bharat is not a country in fact. Bharat is not only a country, it's a subcontinent. It's you can say about we are 130 crore people, and we are about 1/6 of whole world. This is a question that we are powerful people, human resources, strength-wise. We got independence on this day. I am very proud of that. We people of this country got it for whatever means, peaceful means. Of course, we sacrificed the struggle. We struggled from 1857 to 1947 for this. That struggle is very important. That struggle is recorded. Nobody can deny that. On this day, also, our land was partitioned. Our land now is called Pakistan, which was a part until 14th August 1947, being a part of Bharat India, isolated, partitioned on that day of August 15th, 1947. An act was legislated by British government, British Parliament. Name of that act is India Independence Act, Bharatiya Swatantrata Divas. 15th August 1947 was set a date in designation of appointed day, and that day is 15th August 1947, on which day whole Bharat India was bifurcated to India Dominion and Pakistan Dominion. There is no separate act for Pakistan, there is only one act, and that's called India Independence Act. Till that day, India was Bharat plus Pakistan. Though there was no Pakistan till that day, but that part was separated from our legal system, and it was another entity, sovereign nation Pakistan, and we remain sovereign nation Bharat India. So we are having pride that our nation, our people got this day with our efforts. Well, till that day with peaceful means, and post independence, what happened, that is different story. But we believed that we had soul power. Struggle from 1857 onwards to 1947 years, 90 years is not blank of histories, but full of varying histories. All communities, Hindu, so-called Hindu, I say, I don't call them Hindu, but let us say Hindu, or you can say Dharma people, Muslim people, Christian people, Sikh people, and all those community being integrated part of this country in those days, fought, struggled unitedly against our British masters in those days. I think that should be a unified public, a public which believed in humanity and not in exclusively religion. Religion was personal till that time, but nation was super religion in those days. Bharat was considered virtually super religion and not simple religion, imaginary religion. It was a physical religion that this is my motherland, Bharat Mata. I can die for this. And our forefathers lost their lives, sacrificed for the sake of this country, for achieving freedom for this country, and for achieving liberalization of this country. They lost their lives, and how many lost their lives? Not only lives, before losing lives they sacrificed everything. And there are lakhs and lakhs people, and top of them Netaji Subhas, Bhagat Singh, Chandrasekhar, and like that, Afridi was much before them all. Even there was no Gandhi that time, no Nehru that time, no Subhash that time. Afridi was there in Kalapani in those days, and that person did a lot which he forgot. We should not forget any freedom fighter. You don't know the story of that person. He was of course jailed somewhere, and then he was shifted to Kalapani. But he had a decision, he had a determination that he would murder Viceroy, and he planned accordingly. He became very close to jailer of that, and when he started maybe office boy or tea boy or something, he remained very close to jailer, and when Viceroy came, he dragged him back and killed him. That part you won't know because he was a Muslim and people don't like to remember him. That's also a fact of life in this country now. But that was there when there was no Gandhi, and there was no Subhash, and there was no Nehru, and no other freedom fighters. He did at that time exclusively honest, and I salute that freedom fighter. I salute all those freedom fighters who laid their lives, all those freedom fighters, freedom strugglers who laid their lives for achieving freedom for this country from cruel rulers, our masters British. How did they come to this country? We should know that. That's also a fact. Why did our forefathers allow them? That's also a fact. We should accept that they made a mistake, but we were not there and they were there. What they thought, we don't know. I don't know, you don't know. When I met someone in England, London, in 1985, I was told something which I could not digest, but that's also a fact of life. That old guy, 85 years about, he told me, had you been sleeping? Can you answer this question? Had you been sleeping and our criminals were sent to your country, what had you been doing? Well, that was a good question. It's a shocking question to me. That's the honor of a guest house, 85 years old, stating, you are blaming us. Why are you blaming us? I was very upset. He told me that he was very upset when in 1947, August 15, Indian flag was hoisted by Jawaharlal Nehru. That day he thought that India is going to perils. He told me, I'm sorry for that, I'm telling you this, I'm making this statement, but that's also a fact that you were unable, he told me, you were unable to rule your country, because you're incompetent. That was his statement. Well, I say I could not digest that statement, but he explained, then I could understand. He said in those days, we're talking around 17 or 1600, when first Royal Charter 1600 was given his way of we got birth of the East India Company that time, or then consequence of that, and says these 3,000 prisoners, high class prisoners, you can say third degree prisoners, were released from jail for exile. He said those prisoners were so smart that reached not only to your country but to many other countries using boats and all that. And you people so nice to them, you garlanded them, you welcomed them, right? And that's a fact. We should not say no. Fact must be accepted. If you want to succeed in life, if you cause a mistake, accept that a mistake. If you want to correct that mistake, you say, no, 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 I didn't make mistake, I correct it. Then you are, not a mature person. Because when you accept right, you accept wrong also. What's wrong with that? You can. Well, that's the fact that our forefathers did not take care of this because maybe they were so you can say, so upset for a continuous slavery of this country under Mughals. And before that also under Brahmins and under all those, this was case that time. And maybe before that, other sections which are now SC/STs. SC/STs were also in domain sometime in our country. So this was a continuous serial, you can say. So those people came and started ruling us. First of all, they came as merchants and they tried to help us. We are here, one habit of British is, or one of Americans, they always say, we want to help you. You see, this is the best phrase in fact. I do not use this. Okay, may I help you? This means, you want to buy something, tell me, or get lost. So you go to any showroom and somewhere, you'll find something, may I help you, sir? You feel very happy. Oh, this is very gentle lady or gentleman who is asking, may I help you? What's the problem, asking? You are walking here and there, you're looking at something. Oh, you are not able to say, okay, I don't waste your time. Don't stay here and let me help you. What do you want to buy? Tell me, I'll tell you. That's what I say. Oh, we are here to help you. Really, this is astonishing, very astonishing. I used to work in Gulf and I had worked with many British and many Americans, many also more than 70 nationals, and I talked to many British architects and engineers about this issue. One day I was discussing about that, and you are not that liberal as we are. I told him, one British engineer, oh, what do you think? India is a democratic, we are a democratic country, we are a republic as well as we can remove our president, can you remove a queen or king? So what are you talking? I am loyal to my king or queen, but I am not loyal to my president. I am loyal to Bharat Samvidhan, Constitution of India. President, I am not loyal to president. I am not to anyone. If I am loyal to Holy Constitution of Bharat India. भारत के पूजनीय संविधान को मैं समर्पित हूँ. As I told him, well, he told, no, we are big, we are loyal. Okay, you be loyal. I am more important than you because I am doing. Citizenship is rightful place in our country. First of all, let us remember those freedom fighters, lakhs of freedom fighters who gave their lives for this country. For us, not for themselves. Because they lived their lives. They had gone that time. So they did for us, not for themselves. That's a credit to all those. And also credit to all those who did positive work to fight English go from here, British go from here. We should be grateful unlimitedly, massively to them. This is not question that we had to help them. They helped us totally, absolutely, which we could not imagine. All public, I should say, led by Congress and all others who opposed Congress, all are there in this stream, not only Congress, all those who opposed Congress or who did not agree with Congress, except a section of people of this country who stood with British. I don't want to name them in this homage because they don't deserve their name to be taken in this pious talk. That useless rubbish people, let them be useless rubbish. They didn't know anything for this country and unfortunately they are enjoying power now. Unfortunately. Criminals are enjoying power. Robbers are enjoying power. Well, I should be thankful to all those freedom fighters, all those forefathers who worked for this nation, who sought for this nation just to get free of British. After that, Pakistan was also born. Before Pakistan was born or declared separate land, it was part of this country. So those people who are now in Pakistan, they were also freedom fighters and they were a part of our group. So they are also credited with our sentiments. Same sentiments we pay to them. Srimant Gandhi or all those who were there, I don't know how many. And in those days sacrificed their lives. 66% were Muslims, which we should not kill away. We should not differentiate. Out of those who laid their lives for this country, 66% were from Muslim religion, very few from other religions. That's also a fact of life. So now I'm just talking this percentage regarding Muslims, because Muslims are called anti-nationals, Muslims are called terrorists, Muslim called this, and this is our ill thought, this is our bad thought, our stool thought, our septic thought. We name communities like that. We did not, those who did nothing for this country, they say that. Well, I should say congratulations for this day, August 15, 2020, in sequence. So, first day, 15th August 1947. We have crossed more than 70 years till today, 74 years or whatever it is. We have moved out of learning stage, we have moved out of material stage, but now time starts when we have to struggle, we have to do hard work, because we are not doing hard work, it seems now. We have forgotten what does freedom mean. When you get something you don't value that, that's also a fact of life. Our youth particularly, I am requesting our youth, I am appealing to them, think of those struggles, think of those, your father, your grandfather, who might have faced during those 90 years. You were not here, maybe you have taken another path, that I can't say, but those people did for you and for me. We should not first of all condemn them. Usually it's happening these days, Jawaharlal was bad, Gandhi was bad, and Godse is top person. People say like that. This is really, abusing those souls. You are abusing Gandhi, you are abusing Nehru, you are abusing Afridi, you are abusing everyone who was responsible for this freedom. And you are having no character if you say that Jawaharlal was looter or robber, he did this and that. I see on Facebook such nonsense postings which nobody can buy. Believe me, I get sometimes so much angry. If this poster I see, this post person I see, I slap on his face. What nonsense you are doing? Were you there that time? Question is, either you have witnessed that, or you are saying on hearsay, or have you gone through history? Do you know facts? If you don't know facts, why do you say that? Okay, you have every right to criticize, but with facts you tell me. If you have evidence, you can criticize. Without evidence, you have no right to do so. So my homage is to all those who provided us this liberty, this privilege of being free from clutches of foreign people. But it doesn't mean we should submit to those people who are black. Actually what happens, English have gone, but their soul has not gone. Soul, not language soul I'm talking mindset. Mindset. Those who talk of Sanskriti of this country, their children are studying in foreign countries, and go and see. Then where is your relation? You are believing in Sanskriti of this country, but your children, all children are getting higher education overseas country. Why? What have you done for this country? What contribution do you have? Education has been very good, I say. Very good education. I am a product of the education, though it's question of English only. Language is no matter here. Language doesn't make anything different. Mind question is there. There's a mindset. If your mindset is good, language doesn't come in way. I would say, I have a constitution of this country, and that is called Constitution of India, Bharat Samvidhan. There's a preamble which mandates this constitution grossly, and that we people of this country having solemnly resolved to constitute this country. We people of this country having solemnly resolved to constitute this country into 5 powers. That 5 powers are sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Which means with these powers we want to secure to our people. And what does secure means? Security of our people. We want to keep our people secured for what? To get them justice, liberty and opportunity. And they must get, based on this, dignity, honor and integrity. And this is our basis. And with this basis, our foundation, you can say. No one can change it. Because these 5 elements are very important for every citizen. Sovereign means you are king, and republic means you are kingmaker. Sovereign means you are king, and republic means you are kingmaker. Right? This is one end, this is another end. So you are yourself king. Why you are worrying? Why you are weeping? I don't understand. A republic, you are making king because you are public. You are making king, you are making king like you can say, you are yourself king, you can say, alright. And then secular, socialist. Why you are worrying about socialism? Why you are fighting socialism? What's wrong with socialism? If society is there, socialism will be there. What's wrong with that? If everybody gets food, everybody gets education, everybody's good life, supported by public and supported by state, what's your problem? If somebody poor like myself, I am a poor person, I was born in a poor family, I got support from state policies, I got equivalent free education at school level, I got equivalent school, engineering education, like free. So what is your problem? Can you understand that? You cannot understand that. Everybody has a right to live. This country belongs to everybody. No prime minister, no president has any right to change that. It's public, public and public at end. It is citizen, citizen, citizen at end. We are the citizens of this country. We are owners of this country. We are above all because we constituted this constitution. We enacted this constitution. We constituted our country to Bharat, India. We adopted this, we legislated this, and we are responsible for this. Who are they? They are just temporary people coming for 5 years and going back. It may be Supreme Court judge, or it will be a president, or it will be a parliament, or whoever. They all work for public of this country. So citizen is highest authority in this country. Not only constitutional authority, every authority, natural authority, ownership authority, constitutional authority, statutory authority, public authority, social authority, private authority, and everything. Citizen of this country, irrespective of whatever class belongs to. Maybe a billionaire, maybe a beggar, both are responsible for this country. And we have to continue like this. There is no religion in this place. Religion is a personal matter, private matter, family matter, social matter. It's not a state matter. It's not at all a state matter, and we don't want that. We want to live peacefully, good economy, everything should be there. We want to live safe in this world. We have to compete because Article 51A says that you have to move most advanced scientifically. You have to respect all those freedom fighters who lost their lives. You have to respect their thoughts, their ideas. You have to move sciences forward and engineering forward. We have to respect women. We have to do everything for education. This is what Article. It's duty of everybody to abide by this constitution, to respect national honors. All that, it's for everybody. So why we think in septic tank? Why we think for WC when we have such a brilliant constitution for everybody? This is brilliant constitution because it's people's constitution. It's not political parties' constitution. It's not for individual constitution. It's for public, by public, for nation, by nation. So this has been given to us by whom? By our independence, by status on individual basis and totality basis. This is public of India, and I represent public of India because I am part of India. Everybody is a part of public, everybody represents public. When we go overseas, we represent our country. When we are overseas, and when we are here in this country, even then we represent our country. But here, because we are same, so we don't give much high regard. But when you are abroad, overseas, you have to respect your country. You have to get power of your country. You don't respect political party. I don't want to say that. Don't respect anybody. I don't want that respect. Don't respect any authority. We have to respect Bharat, India. Bharat is my mandir. Bharat is my temple. That's what I can say. I pray for Bharat. Constitution of India is my holy book. National holy book. More than religious holy books. Because I am living here, I am working here, whatever do, I am eating here, not in religion. Religion is not giving me anything, but Constitution is giving me power. It gives me power, it gave me power, so I have to respect this. So if we do not think this way, we waste our time. And I tell you, we have to respect our constitution, we have to respect our nation, we have to respect everyone of this country. If we change this, we kill ourselves. As people, some dirty section of this society thinks that this is rubbish constitution, their minds are rubbish in fact. They don't think for the interest of this country. With this I again say, congratulations on August 15, 2020, and I remember, though I was not in this world on 15th August 1947, I remember that day we got relief from British and we became independent with complete responsibility. Thank you very much for this. Jai Bharat. Well, now come back to current problem, and that is, something about COVID. I'm saying COVID-19. COVID-19, which is in high statement these days. Fortunately or unfortunately, what's happening is not right way, and really it's upsetting. We are talking of COVID on this day, but there's no other way. They are not the best. COVID is a part of humanity this time, and until it is part, it causes the problem. We can't get rid of this until it's here. I think today we have crossed 25 lakhs, and more than that. I think yesterday was 24.8 something. So today it must be around 25 something, 25.4. 25 lakhs, 2.5 million cases have happened in this country. And unfortunately, I am not finding any seriousness among politicians, among political parties, among public. All, I blame all. This is not your blaming, but it's not one day, it's a continuous day. It was 500 sometimes, and now it is 25 lakhs. And one day maybe 2.5 crores, who knows. If this speed is going 60,000 per day, on an average we take 18 lakhs per month. 18 lakhs per month. Imagine next month, at end of August, September, what would be? It would be maybe now it is 25 lakhs, and that time it would be around 75 lakhs. Who knows? 1 crore. Who knows? Because we have been sleeping. We have been sleeping. We had been sleeping in past, and we will be sleeping because 90% public is not serious. 90, even more than 90% public, they are not serious. When I walk on road, I by chance yesterday I was walking on one road, and I saw all hawkers, vendors, the rediwalas, other people sitting on road. No one was wearing face mask. The stalking, sitting, doing, they didn't care for anything. And 90%, 80% people don't use it. It's really unfortunate. I can't say they don't know, they know it. They know it. I can't say they don't know. And if they say they don't know, then they falsify themselves. It's not first day of COVID. It's many months now. I think about 9 months. And you can say in this country maybe 7 months. And nobody can accept that they don't know this. They know it very well. They know it very well, I understand that. But because they won't accept this, they won't accept that point. So I can't say they don't know it. They know it very, very well. And they are not serious, I can simply say. If you are not serious, nobody can help you. I cannot go and force them to use this. They have to think for public. Maybe you subject yourself to risk, but even you don't have right to subject yourself to risk. But at least you think for public. You have no right to risk others to such kind of infection. But when you are careless, you are not worried for yourself, certainly you shall not be worried for others. This is also a fact of life. I have disputed with many people. I asked many people on road. They either laugh or there's nothing happens. It's nothing. I asked many people, why don't you use mask? कुछ नहीं होता, सब बेकार की बात है. क्या है? कुछ नहीं, वहम का कोई इलाज नहीं. There is no treatment to delusion, and this is nothing. Why are you worried? See, everybody is doctor on road. Everybody is scientist. They know everything. And nothing. There's nothing in this. What do you say about that? Your people are so brilliant. A person who is, I can say, just nothing a watchman, or you can say a halwai confectioner, and he says nothing happens here, your mask is here hanging, or it's hanging here, and I'm sitting. Why don't you use it? Sahab rakha hai na. No, you didn't tell me what this country shall do. If 90% people are like that, this means they are not at all serious about themselves, they are not serious about life of themselves, they are not, this means they may not be serious to their families. Because you are not serious about you, if you get some disease, you will transfer it to your wife, your kids, your father, your mother, all. Your father, mother also shall be. They don't think, oh, okay, साहब लगा लेते हैं. अरे भाई मत लगाओ यार, मेरे पे सहन कर रहे हो क्या? मैं तो आपकी सेफ्टी की बात कर रहा हूँ. मैंने लगा ये मैं नहीं हटाता कभी. I know what it is. I know what it means. You know, problem is there. What the problem? Every government in the world is talking nonsense. And every government, our government also. You know, they are not telling how many infections have resulted in or have been recorded. Or they are telling, oh, we have protected these, we have protected, we have recovered these. They are talking nonsense. All, including America, England, Russia, France, Bharat, all. They are talking nonsense. They are just, you know, they are just spreading nonsense. Our talk, oh see, we have saved 70% recovery rate. It's complete fake. There is no recovery in this. Nobody can recover from COVID-19. It's fake statement. Yes, you come out, you are discharged, not because you are free now. No. Do not falsify everything. Do not submit false statements. There is no recovery till now from COVID-19. There is no recovery yet. Yes, your system of body has been upgraded in its resistance to such disease. It doesn't mean you are recovered. Yes, you have come out of some isolation because you are sent to this chamber of isolation, I should say. You are sent to this chamber for something. You are sent into this chamber of isolation just to keep you away from people so that you do not infect people and do not infect yourself further, and that you can raise your body resistance and so-called immunity. Only that. Nobody can claim you are recovered because this virus has entered your body. It has not come out. Why don't you understand this fact? I am not a doctor, but this is common sense. There is no question of being a doctor scientist here. You see, if there is a surgery, doctor operates, surgeon takes out that defect. That's acceptable. There you can say this foreign element or this unrequired element in my body has gone out. That you can agree. But here nothing has gone out. That virus particle still remains inside body, and there is no treatment till now that they can claim they have taken out because it is invisible. Even electron microscope cannot view it. This is a fact. And it's not only SARS now. It's not only SARS. SARS is died now. There are so many complications body. It can enter your brain, it can enter your eye, it can enter your nose, your mouth, your ears. It can enter any place. It can enter wherever it wishes to enter. And once it enters, you cannot say, I have recovered after 21 days. You see, even past president, he has been infected. President level, he must have every security, every protection, every medical assistance for him. Even then, despite of that, happening brain, they are not accepting that, but that's a fact. Brain clot because of virus. And there have been so many cases reported all over the world that this impacts heart, this impacts brain, this can impact even stomach. If it can impact every organ, then how do you say, on what basis you say that recovery has been made? I condemn all such statements. Significant is number of cases. Recovery doesn't mean anything. Okay, those who die, they die, that's something else. I think those who die, they are better than those who didn't die, because they have at least got rid of this disease permanently. But those who recover, they have more responsibilities on themselves. They have to keep themselves under restriction. Doctors may tell them, may not tell them, but they must keep themselves high ups in their resistance, in their immunities, all over their remaining life. They should not take too cold items, they should take hot items, they should take non-fast food, ordinary food, vegetables, and they should not use, they should absorb some sun rays, and they should also do some physical activity, because if you do not do this, you can't upgrade, you can't augment your immunity. This is what I understand from safety, health and environment viewpoint, because I am a civil engineer and safety is integrated in engineering. Civil, electrical, mechanical, particularly these three branches, and of course to some extent in other disciplines as well. But particularly these disciplines, safety, health, environment and ergonomics, are very important. It may be industrial projects or other projects. These are very important, and this safety, health and environment, ergonomics, all are related to COVID. I am not talking as medical professional, I am talking as an engineer professional, engineering professional. So because we understand what is the effect of sun, what is the effect of this, what is the effect of dust, what is the effect of cold water, what is the effect of hot water, what's the effect of walking, what's the effect of not walking, what's the effect of shouting, what's the effect of not shouting, we all understand by our experience. Safety, health, environment and ergonomics. And ergonomics is also very important, because this can give you, this applies to precautionary measures, what way you should do some activity. Now I am shifting from COVID and jumping into engineering world. That's very important. Engineering itself is very important, and we cannot run away from that. Engineering is engineering, and it is, you can say, engineering means intellectual work. It doesn't mean tougher work. First of all, we should understand that. If you're engineer, you have to think, you have to work like that. Without thinking you work, you deceive yourself, you waste yourself. And this is why I say engineering is engineering. It's a very important point. And as usual, I start now. What I am going to talk today, as in the beginning I should have, because we have this one talks here. So as I I've done this, we'll go up and see this means engineering management, systems and challenges and organization, and thinking as last human thinking only, and then you can say general specifications and systems, quality, structure and soil, engineering, affiliate contracts, all that we are going to consider as small or as big now, because we should talk everything. So I have come out of independence talk, I have come out of public talk, I am going to talk professional as to every day. I hope. And I also started a little talk on you can say applied special numbers. Yesterday I gave a talk. That is something my own research, not research, you can say exponential work. I am exponential work on that. Exponential means it's derived by me. It's it's actually it's God gift. That means you can say God gift of how soul. It's related to soul, which I believe it is. Not only believe, I have it. Why I should say believe it? Soul is in me. It's guaranteed. It's confirmed. I confirm it. There is a soul. I don't believe those who say show me evidence. I am evidence. I am talking to you. This is effect of soul. Can you show electrical current? I cannot show you, but I am there. I am talking to you, I am living, I am working, I am walking, you are doing same. So it's work of soul. There is no question of saying, show it. Shamelessly, why shameless on this? Why? Why I should be shameless? Can you show me your mind? You can show brain but not mind. You can show your brain. This is my brain here. This is my skull. Inside this there is structure, and that's called brain. Yes, that's okay. Like nose it is there. I can say this. But can you show me operation of brain? We can prove I am respirating. I am respiring now. There's wind here and we respire. We can see eyes are working. We can say I am eating, my tongue is working. That we can prove. My hands are there working, so it is true. My body is there working, prove. Can you prove that your brain is working? Only proof is because it's working, and that's it. The result, it's working. You are living. That's the only way. All doctors say mentally dead. This person is mentally dead, not completely dead. They say or not? Why? They say mentally. They also don't say soul has gone or is going. They also don't say. Because they are professionals. The education is limited to body, not to soul. Every doctor treats body, does not treat soul. Doctor, though personally that doctor believes, because in that capacity, not as doctors, but as human being, as a professional, doctor cannot say soul has gone. Oh, fat body is dead, but I declare brought dead, I declare person dead. They say that. They don't say soul has gone. This is only difference. Meaning is same, but statement is different. So dear friend, I am now jumping onto life management, work management, project management, engineering management, or organization. We can call by whatever name. But because I find something wrong in management term, it should be actually not management. Why we bring men everywhere? That's why I am saying it should be womanagement or it should be personagement, not management. Personagement or paragement. It should be humanagement, you can say, person management. Well, just like you say nowadays, chairperson, this and that. So it's the organization, you can say, certain system, you can say. There are every system. There are many systems in every system, and there's every system managed. It's like that, mutual contract. So my dear friends, what I say, you may say there's some problem here. Yes, you can say. I accept that. I don't mind that. You may say yes, I have a problem here. That's why I am talking irrelevant, and I talk here and there and then there and there, because life is that. This means mind is working, and dynamically it doesn't stop. And you should be lucky if your mind works dynamically, it doesn't stop. Do not feel that you are a sick person. Actually, you are a leader. When your mind works, you lead yourself. Don't think somebody should lead you. You lead yourself. That is best leader. That's proaction of life. Lead yourself. And once you start leading yourself, I think there is no better person than you in this world, because you lead yourself. That's most important point. One who leads himself, herself, there is no way who can stop that person. If you lead yourself means you shall cross all barricades in your life. But if for everything go to someone, please advise what I do, then you can never be a leader, believe me. Yes, there are some exceptions. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you be so prideful, oh, I am doing everything myself. Don't be prideful. If you have a pride, keep in your mind, keep in your body, don't disclose that. Because it's yours, but not yours. It's yours, relatively, but not yours, basically, originally. It's God behind you. It's power of God behind you that's pushing you to do this and do this and do this and do this. And don't consider it's your own. God blesses you. That power stays with you. It blesses you. Do like this. And that power checks also, examine also what you are doing. So because you are doing, you are moving, that's why That power has come because that power knows what you are doing is for the world, means for God. So that power shall certainly come for its own interest, not for your interest. But you are a medium for that power, so that power has every right to use you because that power created you for that purpose. And I think that's a part of organization, the universe organization. So when you do something on your own, that's also organization. And when somebody helps you, you do this, that's also organization. Means there are two ways of being supported. You support to your, you get support from your senior or from your senior. Both are supports. Just like we say, there is a support, there is a cantilever, there is overhang. Like this, so many ways of support. If God supports you because you require support and you qualify support, and also that you deserve it. You deserve it not for yourself, because of God says it's my work. God considers that way where there is no personal interest. You are working just for sake of working. You are not thinking that I shall get money out of this, I shall not get money out of this, I shall get benefit out of this. You are not thinking that, but you are working. That's most important. If you keep every time in mind, I am working this, what benefit shall I get? Then you are not working for God, you are working for yourself. I take lessons from nature. I take lessons from sun, from air, from rain, from sky, from earth. I am using all these every day. You are using all them every day. Keep on using them without stop. Earth you are using, air you are using. Do you stop respiring? You never stop. Can you go off from surface of earth? You cannot go. Can you stop taking rain? You cannot stop taking rain. Though it is occasional, but it's real. Can you stop taking sunrays? You can't stop taking sunrays. Even if you are in shade, effect of those rays going. Even if you are in room, effect of this has come. Skies you are taking, because your room itself is in the sky, your building is in the sky. So in that case you say everybody is enjoying nature this way, and nature is giving you this service free. Nature is giving you this service free. No agency is charging anything from you. So if they are not charging, why are you worried of money? You are getting crops, you are getting soil results, you are getting water, soil and chemical reactions so that you can get fruits and vegetables and everything. Are you paying something? Farmer is working on that. Farmer is buying something and doing something. Then farmer is giving you. So farmer there contributes something to world. Something means food is very important. Food, vegetable and all. Farmer is giving that. Farmer is charging only for material, and sometimes that is not charged. So what? So why are you behind money all time? Yes, you need money, but if you work that I need money only, then I work. Then you sit at home, you can't get anything. If sun starts charging you something, air starts charging you something, and all these start charging something, can you pay them? I am asking all citizens of world, all residents of world. If you think that way, can you pay them? You cannot pay them. You have to think every point in life. It may be your professional point, social point, world point, or what else. That's why we say we have to understand world first. You have to understand universe first if you want to understand life. If you want to something. That's why I say profession is one part of life, but extra professional activities are more important sometimes. You have to read psychology of your assistants, your helpers, your workers. You have to understand their psychology individually also. If they are there for you for many years, long durations. If they are there for 2-3 days, okay, fine, they'll come and go. But suppose you stay with them, they stay with you, and you all together as a team work for years together on some projects, then you have to understand their psychology. They may understand you, they may not understand, that's different, because they are not having that capacity to analyze, but you can analyze. You can use them accordingly. And it happens that when you find someone very important person who can use mind, then you take out of that physical team and put them somewhere else. That everybody does. I too did my times. If somebody can do and forget designation, forget everything. That's called actually right man election for right job placement. Right man election for right job placement. Sometimes people say talking is very easy. Yes, I agree. Talking is very easy. Very easy. Talking is very easy. Indeed. But thoughtful talking is not easy. Talking revealed or expressed based on calculations, based on complete thinking is not what you say. It's not talk. It's not talk. It's work of think tank. Everybody has think tank. If you want to use that think tank, it's your right. And if you don't want to use, it's your choice. But remember, nobody shall think for you. They may think for you something, but not for everything. Your father may think for you, your mother may think for you, your siblings may think for you, but ultimately you have to think for you. Their thinking is timely, instantly, but your thinking shall be permanent. Every individual has to think, every professional has to think, every citizen has to think, and think is only unit that can give you something. Unit of life is thinking. And yes, it's sometimes not easy to think, I understand, because those who never think, for them it's very difficult to think. They start getting depression, they start getting, stress, so-called stress or strain. Usually these, I find youth, particularly millennials, those who are born 80s, like that, those people, they are called millennials, and they are very well stressed. I know, I don't know what the reason behind that, because they survived in high facility life, having all, they may not be knowing that there were meals delivered to every home. They may not even know kalam was used to write, or morga pank was used to write. They may not know all that. But they have every facility they availed since their birth. So they are of that nature. They should have every facility. And why should I walk? Why should I car? Means, if those peoples, accordingly, if they did not avail did not get any struggle in life, this means their body is not resistant to struggles. So is mind. Means their mind is also same, and not very strong. They may work for some organization, but they themselves cannot do anything, because they have no concept, no idea, no thinking power. They can think only or can whatever you ask them to do. Means they have been made machines by those employers. And that's not good for personality development, that's not good. Because if you don't analyze, I always stress on analysis. Because ultimately it's analysis. You may agree or you may not agree. You have to do analysis in every walk of life. You make budget of your home, or you think of something else, or you think of education for your kid, or you think for making some project or making some house for you. You can think anything. You want to buy a car, right? You want to buy a scooter, or you want to do whatever in your life. You have to analyze on each. When you buy a cycle, you want to see how many cycles are available. What are capabilities, cycles, what efficiency of this cycle. So that's analysis of You buy a car, you have to see what HP engine is, what potential it has, 4x4 or 4x2, how is resale value, and there you analyze something to your value, your mind. This means you can analyze. That is also a fact. Without that you can't buy anything. Means anything which you want to buy for few years or for something, you analyze that. You want to buy a 5 kilogram of vegetable, you want rates and how it is good or bad. Means it's kind of analysis. You simply don't go, give me 5 kilogram, I'll take money and buy. No, this is generally you check, you examine its quality, then you ask for rate, whether rate is worth or it's not worth, then you buy. I consider all such activity, even for 5 minutes a day, you do that, or half an hour a day you do that, that's part of analysis. You do not consider that analysis, but that is analysis. Knowing ins and outs, considering ins and outs of every problem means analysis. Analytical approach. And those who are analytical approach, they develop every day. Their mind and their performance and efficiency always improve. You try yourself. If you work based on logic and based on rationalization and based on analysis, you will move gradually to higher levels. And same thing happens if you keep in touch with news, or whatever kind of news which you prefer, and then analyze every day you read, you will have much efficiency of analysis. And every day you will read that, you will think of that, and of course you will develop a habit of thinking. And that thinking is very important to my understanding. Thinking, I'm not saying you keep saying, come on, don't, I'm thinking. No, that's not that. Don't do that. I'm thinking more, get out of your room, don't sit here. Thinking is also a gift of God. Everybody cannot think. Remember, followers, those who think are always called leaders, and those who do not think, they are called followers. I don't talk about personality of a person, about face of a person, or dressing sense of a person, or how clean room is, where sits in. I talk about a person, how clean mind is, how dynamic mind is, how productive mind is, and how commanding mind is. I evaluate a person's character from that. Your room can be clear in a few minutes, doesn't take much time. But if you have some confusion, sometimes confusion goes on for decades, it doesn't go off. Sometimes problems keep erupting and augmenting, it doesn't stop. So analysis, if you do anything in life, do whatever you want to do in your life, do based on thinking. And thinking is analysis. Once you develop habit of thinking, I think there is no problem that comes in your way in that way. Everything will be ready, you will solve, you will be a solution. And how fast you can solve something, that's called efficiency. That's called leadership, in fact. If you have some problem and you sit up, spend hours and hours on that and get no result, it means your brain doesn't work. Your brain doesn't work, and when brain doesn't work, means you are not logical person. You may be a good religion person, but you are not a good social person. You cannot think of development, you cannot think of anything until you are beaten by someone, and that person do it, then you do it. So you are a follower, you are a person who is suppressed, you are not, you are oppressed, you can't help yourself. That's why I say your leadership you have to develop. And if you don't do that, it's your loss, nobody has loss. If you cannot talk to your kids in analytical term, you cannot raise questions to them, logical questions, your kid is my father. He knows nothing. They may not say anything to you, but internally they will say, my father. Okay, nobody will say to mother, because mothers and children are different relations. There's no question of intelligence, emotional question. Mother and kids are emotionally bound. But father and kids are not emotionally bound. Nobody would say anything to mother, because mother has different relations. But father will always try to teach its kids, but those kids cannot value if father has no power of explanation, power of submitting or conferring with them logical thoughts. Because if father asks something, certainly interaction shall start and kids shall also ask something. And if father is unable to answer them, and such suspicion arises, my father, they know what's your qualification, it's not that they know, but they will say my father is only qualified and not having intelligence. That will come. Because your kids also have intelligence, and many times more intelligent than you are. Of course they are not practically oriented, they are just educationally intelligent, but even then they are intelligent. I say it's management, I consider this, such kind of philosophical, such kind of psychological considerations lead to professionals. We always talk of professional. Yes, it's professional. It's very common. Even people call those professionals who or very different, or for example, a carpenter. Which profession is where have you advanced knowledge is called profession. My dear friends, I'm saying that I'm talking engineering management, I'm talking complete management. I'm not talking of single management, site management, or office management, or drawings management, or recipe management, or writing management, or instruction management. I'm not talking of that. I'm talking total management, total. Not total quality stuff, total management, much above than total quality. Management quality I'm talking, organization quality I'm talking, activity is not, but total work quality. That is different management. I'm not bound by any box, I'm not bound by any something else as my concern. I'm not bound by anything. I'm bound by my thoughts. In fact, it's thought management, contemplative measurement. Not necessary what's written in book we have to follow, not necessary. Your book is also written by some person like you. Book is also written by someone. And that book is not final answer. There will be so many books coming in future. Everyone will read, people will read all. So that book is not final answer. Yes, it is one of many answers. You may say one of many answers. There are thousands of books for every subject in the market. It doesn't mean a book is okay. It's up to you. You like it or don't like it. But they are real. They are there to support you. But main book is your education means you develop something. Education does not mean degree only. Education means you develop your thinking power. You develop your potential of thinking. And it's not only during education, after passing your examination and getting degrees also, it's your duty to educate yourself. Nobody shall educate you but you. No one else can educate you but you. And when you educate yourself, educate properly. Don't just I take something here, I am expert. No. You are not expert if you cannot understand that thoroughly. You have to understand theory of your topic and also its applications. Applications are more important. Application, how to apply, in what you have to do, what you have to prepare for, what work you have to do for applying that knowledge, and that knowledge which plus application is equal to real knowledge, equal to attainment, you can say. Attainment, when you know something and you apply that and you find results and you understand them and you apply them to public service or to good of everyone, and that's called profession. That's I call profession. Profession doesn't mean only theoretical knowledge, application of that theoretical knowledge and understanding how successful that theory is when you research out and find results. And that's actually total work. That's actually, you can say, professional work. Professional work means application of theory, application of research, application of ideas, and then considering all these aspects, how you get result. And then you have to apply, check on those results. What wrong was that, or what? If something is successful, what was successful? Because they have done this, that's why it's successful. If something is not successful, what was the reason behind that? We have to analyze that. We can say we have to check and examine that, and then learn something. Or had I done this, this would be successful. So for next time, you would do that. In civil engineering, because I am a civil engineer, though by qualification I am a civil engineer, but it's not around that I am a civil engineer. Once you develop your life, you have seen many cases in your life, many projects in your life. So you have acquired knowledge also for other disciplines like mechanical, electrical, architectural, and many others, security disciplines. You know, we have many disciplines. We are not exactly your professional discipline, but multi-professional disciplines. So every year you add some knowledge to your available educational record, and that educational knowledge plus your practical knowledge also add up, and time comes that you are at some level which is not an ordinary level, real level. That's point I understand very well. You should understand that point. In our though I'm talking myself a civil engineer, the fact is that I am not civil engineer alone now. I have added many experiences with me, many kinds of experiences which I could not and could never get from my university. When I compare myself now and to that 1980 or 1974, I forget 1974 because I was a diploma that time. When I passed engineering, I was it's in 1980. So if I compare 1980 year what knowledge I had and now 2020, I find a very vast difference, vast and wide difference. That time I could not even imagine that may be in that area I will learn this, but it moves on. Everybody moves in this field like that. Those who work actually, I am not saying those who don't work. If you have degree, don't work, you are rich person, you stay home and say, oh, I am an engineer. Yes, you are engineer by certificate, you have an engineering education, but you are not doing anything. So such people are not called professionals. Such people are not called professionals. Well, I am saying professional means everybody is professional, and professional has a duty to first attempt itself to do something. Even if you are busy in resolving some problem, you first do yourself. Do yourself as much as you can do that. And if you are unable to find some solution, then you can refer to someone. Please tell me how to do that. Otherwise, don't do this. Talking and thinking. Thinking is very important in my profession. And thinking means common sense, in fact. Thinking means common sense. If you don't have common sense, you cannot work in engineering. Because engineering is full of common sense, engineering is full of unexpected activities, engineering is full of activities which are known, and engineering is full of people who are good and who are bad. You may be having 500 workers with you, 1000 workers with you, but those are workers, they are not expected to be graduate engineers or others. They are only workers and they work for you, for your project. So you must respect them also, and that they have adequate idea, because ideas also sometimes come from them. You get ideas from them. Those ideas are very important for everybody. I must also have idea for myself. You must have idea for someone else as well. So it's ideological. As you can prepare, you can say, if you every day get twice or thrice this rain, you have to take control of yourself so that your items are not watered and you don't get those problems. Now, our management has many subjects. We know no need to tell our time, and those are all required in engineering, construction engineering. Because when I am saying engineering, construction engineering, both same, and this applies to the field of ourselves. I was inclined on soil or earth, you can say. I just remind about earth. I had already talked many videos of earth. I'm not sure whether you people have some interest in them. You may not have. That's not my fault. You should have, and as civil engineer we should know. Means we say we are using material, yes, we are using everything, we are taking all total provisions, But we should be gross, we should not be in isolation. We should work grossly and work for ourselves particularly. You know, when you do some job, whatever job, forget government job or forget private job, I'm saying, in all sectors. In a job, for whom you do this? You say, I do this for this company. Okay, that company, you do this for this company. Ultimately, for whom you are doing it? Well, ultimately, for yourself you are doing. That's it. Because job, contribution you are doing for job, but what you are learning is not for that job, you are learning for future. Power has gone now. Power has gone. So I think, well, it's not very hard, however. Well, I would say to all engineers and all that, change little attitude and learn as much as possible. And learn not only like seminar learning, that's not actual learning, that's different learning. Means you have to, I watched some seminars, recently webinars, and I'm of course some topics are there. Topics are excellent indeed, excellent topics are searching, but contents are not encouraging, not encouraging. Because first of all, basics should be understood, not everything. And if you don't understand basics, then you cannot understand top details of that. Sometimes fundamentals are clear, sometimes not clear. This happens with everybody. Sometimes, as some joke is that somebody joke me sometimes that one candidate passed engineering degree, and there was some talking about how was deflection of beam and columns, etc. What's deflection of slab or building. They were talking. So person who could not understand, he just raised a question. Well, I have not seen deflection in beam. Do you understand what I mean? But I have seen deflection in column or beam. I've never seen that. What do you say? If a person who has passed engineering degree, civil engineering degree, or other course in MTech even, and that person asks, I have not seen any building, I have not seen any beam, deflected beam. What do you say about that? You understand what I'm saying, or don't understand? Deflection means movement from its place. It's moved out somewhere else. That's called deflection. It can be vertical deflection or it can be horizontal deflection. It can be a whole building has swayed to other side. That's also a kind of deflection. So if an engineer, I'm not saying engineer exactly, a person who is qualified degree in engineering, and if that person strangely asks these questions, but I have not seen any deflection in my life. This clearly indicates that that person did not study properly and just study for sake of passing examination. So that kind of persons are not required in engineering, because engineering is not conception, it's not only deception, it's reality. If you do not believe in reality, engineering is not your field, because engineering is factual, it's not imagination. You have to engineer something, you have to deliver something, and delivery can never be imaginary, delivery is always factual. And delivery is not simple delivery, it's delivery with quality. If you are doing whatever you do in your profession, if you forget quality or you do not know what quality is, then you are not doing anything. Quantity is there, but quantity doesn't mean quantity only. Quantity means quantity and quality. That's what's important. But now what's happening? I cannot say what's happening. It's very surprising, and we have to take care of that. When this is soil means actually it is soil we call it, but this is life of building. This is life of structure, and this is life of everyone, we humans and all animals as well. That we use soil unknowingly, that we are using it. Everybody uses soil unknowingly, that we are using it, and not now, since births of everyone. We use soil all day, 24/7, all nights, non-stop use soil. If we use soil that much, this means we have to think about that. How we are using that. There are many places, many people in the world who says, means they say anything. This is what I want to say, without rationalization of that, what they say, and understanding that they fail to do always. Always they fail to do. Well, now going to soil, I tried to give some talk on soil from some report. That report is from laboratory and Arab centers, and also other reports. That some part of file I included in this talk separately yesterday, because there's some problem in direct video. That file, I think I forgot to put URLs, but now I have corrected that, and that talk is available in today's posting. This about, if you are interested in that, to know what I taught, and also it's good if you can do that. Before that, I'm going to talk about soil. That is from books which yesterday I discussed and discontinued because well, we continue that now. If the light comes just fine, otherwise humidity is not switching 80, 90%, 85%. It's pinching, it pinches everybody. You may be saying, I'm sitting here to pat myself. What can I do? My waist is sweating, my stomach is sweating, my chest is sweating, and I cannot show my chest here. This is public, so means I have to suffer it and talk as well. This often daily, this happens. And today is 15th August 2020, our Independence Day, Freedom Day, and they must have diverted light to Parliament, to President House, to Red Fort. They must have diverted that, and they are now disconnecting it, curtailing light supply here. This every year happens. Yesterday, before yesterday, for a couple of days it has been happening. So my dear friends, now coming back to this talk of soil. I will try after this, after my talk, this soil talk, I shall try to share that file if I can successful, because it's difficult in Facebook nowadays to share directly, or when you share to connect directly to other file. It actually video breaks there. But let us see, we will see what can be done, what cannot be done. Sometimes we have to try, sometimes we have to not try. We have to make another video for that. So now coming to point here, that we are in this portion of book, and that's really very interesting portions. Yesterday we were talking of, I think 285, 825, what page it was, whatever page it was. Let's go 850, I suppose. Yes, it was standard dynamic. We have done that. We have discussed about standard dynamic penetration test, and then we had discussed about determination of sieve bearing capacity from shear consideration, and also determination of sieve allowing pressure from settlement point of view, and correction for fine sand, silt and overburden. This we have talked, and now then determination of safe bearing capacity for raft foundation also we did that. Now we are this is determination of bearing capacity from theoretical consideration. And theoretical consideration is always a reasonable one, because theoretical I cannot say that's exclusive one, that's absolutely reasonable one. So theoretical considerations there, that determination of bearing capacity from theoretical consideration. Let's discuss this, and then we move further. There is this one, and after we complete this, Tarjaghi's theory for determination of ultimate bearing capacity, followed by general and local shear failure, which further leads to, and that is, we can say, for various soils we have to discuss various relations, then ultimate bearing capacity, width of footing, and ultimate bearing depth of footing, etc., and also ultimate bearing capacity square and circular footings, and effect of change of footing, then Merhoff's analysis for determination of ultimate bearing. There is, and then there are Wrench Hansen analysis of determination of bearing, and various tables are there. And then think stress distribution soil balance analysis. All this we are going to discuss. This is network Newmark's chart, and you can say was to get we to know what to get Westergaard equation, and then that's in this chapter that we discuss. Right now we continue with this, and that is what that is determination of bearing capacity from theoretical consideration. लाइट दे दो यार, क्यों तंग कर रहे हो भाई? अब मॉर्निंग हो, कुछ काम कर रहे हो, हाउ कैन आई कंसंट्रेट लाइक दैट? Time is I think around 5. I'll go also for that. My daily business of I see I can go and prove them and come back. Just let me do it before I start talk. So let me finish this also. Come back. So back to you the talk of Okay, my dear friends, let's move forward and see what can I talk to you. Something's better than nothing. So, determination of bearing capacity from theoretical consideration. Now, a number of theoretical methods are available for determination of bearing capacity. First analytical method was suggested by Prandtl. First analytical method was suggested by Prandtl, Prandtl, who gave a theoretical solution for plastic failure of metals and whose solution for horizontal surfaces applicable to foundations. So let's repeat. First analytical method was suggested by Prandtl, Prandtl, who gave a theoretical solution for plastic failures of metals and whose solution for a horizontal surface is who's this? कैसे बड़ी फोन सारा फोन पर पूरा बेचारे फोन कर रहे हैं nonsense yeah just disturbing for nothing you see well I don't know what I said we give a theoretical solution for plastic failures of metals and whose solution for a horizontal surface is applicable to foundations. Prandtl assumption of solution for foundation is that an axially loaded footing of width B and a large length L. So length is large and width is B. And what it says is that what says is assumption of solution for foundation is that an axially loaded footing of width B and a large length L, where L over B approaches infinitely. The L over B approaches infinitely placed on a ground level, sinks vertically downwards into material beneath it, thus producing shear failure on both sides of footing. There's a figure, let me show you, let me read it what is on here so that it's clear. He says that there's a length L and there's width B, and L is unknown and B is small. So if you take ratio of both length or width, you'll find that it's infinite. In such case, this footing shall sink down over material beneath and sink into that material. Infinite placed in the ground level and sinks vertically downwards into material below or beneath, thus producing shear failure in both sides of footing. And this figure, Prandtl concept of failure of foundation is due to load. Figure shows three zones. I'll show you this. This shows three zones: 1, 2, and 3. Okay, 1 is below footing and 2 are away from this 1 and then further 3. So 1, 2 and 3 which exist after failure is finished. Zone A, B, C, Zone 1, Zone B, C, D, Zone 2 and Zone A, D, C or A, C, D, Zone 2. Says that Zone A, B, C, Zone 1 is wedge elastically stressed and being pushed down. Okay, then it is similar to unsheared conical zone at top of cylindrical compression. It is similar to unsheared conical zone at top of cylindrical compression test specimen. It moves downwards as unit. After compression in material in zone 1 spreads laterally and section through this zone undergoes distortion shown by dotted lines. All right, distortion shown by dotted lines. Then as footing sinks, soil in zone 1 exerts pressure on zone 2 and 3, Soil zones too are in plastic equilibrium, and they push soil zones towards upwards a unit. Zone 2 and 3 are plastic equilibrium, and they push soil zones upwards in units. They soil zone are in plastic equilibrium, and they push soil zones upwards in units. Displacement for zone 2 and 3 are also shown by dotted lines. By dotted lines. Thus we see that wedge BCD and BCD and BD, BCD and ACD, BCD and BDE says BD, this side BDE, BCD and BDE, zone 3 are wedges which offers passive resistance. CD is assumed to be a logarithmic spiral. CD is assumed to be logarithmic spiral, and all others are straight lines. Okay, this is passive resistance. All others are straight line. It may be noted that all failures planes are at 45 plus minus 502 to principal strain planes. Section is symmetrical upon to point of failure. Section is symmetrical up to point of failure. Following assumptions are made while solving problem. Okay, let me show you sketch first. What actually we are talking. Let us understand first of all. Let me show you back a little down for you. Clearest sketch you should understand. Let us see sketch first. You see that is this one. You can see more closer here. You can see these zones and this loading formation, which called infinite ratio, and this middle triangle, zone 1, and left and right zone 2, and then zone 3. Angles you can see, and load you can see, and then dotted lines are there. ABC, you can see ABC, and then ACD and ADE. ABECD is is saying this is not you can say third side is not straight one, but it is a different one. It's this is other sides are only these are passive. They are giving passive resistance. Passive resistance is given by this, and others are not giving passive resistance. This is given by this, and this is Prandtl's analog analytics Prandtl's, and that one is, you can say, what is said with that. And this ABC in zone is similar to unshared conical zone. Conical at top of cylinder compression test. This is the most dominant unit after condition material, slattery and action through which is called underground distortion is dotted line as footing sinks zone extra pressure on this and this. They are push zones units displacements for the substance by dotted lines. As in zone this and BCD and BD. Zone 3 are wedges which offer passive resistance. Series is simply logarithmic spiral. Yes, it said that. Logarithmic spiral. This is, and that is this much. You can see this is CD and this logarithmic spirals. So I'll read again for your clarification. What it says again, I'm saying in total I read this. It is a number of theoretical methods. I say a number of theoretical methods are available for determination of bearing capacity. First, the analytical method was suggested by Prandtl, who gave a theoretical solution for plastic failures of metals and whose solution for horizontal surfaces applicable to foundations. Horizontal surfaces of the foundations. Now says that. A Prandtl assumption of the solution for foundations that an axially loaded footing of width B and a large length L, where L over B approaches infinitely, placed on ground level, sinks vertically downwards into material beneath, thus producing shear failure in both sides of footing. Figure shows, I shown just now, this is Zones 1 below footing, Zone 2 that's on right and presence, Zone 2 and 3 also away from that, which exists after failure is reached. After failure is reached, Zone ABC which is below foundation, is a wedge elastically stressed and being pushed down. It's similar to sheared conical zone at top of cylindrical compression test specimen. It moves downwards as unit after compression of material is zone 1, spreads laterally and section through this zone undergoes distortion shown by dotted line. As footing sinks, soil is zone 1 exerts pressure on zone 2 and zone 3. Soil zone 2 are in plastic stays. Are in plastic equilibrium and zone 2 are in plastic, and they push soil zones upwards a unit. The upper unit displacement for zone 2 and 3 are also shown by dotted lines. Thus we see that wedges BCD and BD are wedges which offers passive resistance. CD is assumed to be logarithmic spiral and all other time straight lines items. Limits. Okay, then says that wedges which offers passive resistance CD is assumed to be logarithmic spiral and all others are straight lines. It may be noted that all failure planes are at 45 plus minus 5/2 to principal planes. Section is symmetrical. So it may be noted that all failures plane are at 45 plus minus 5/2 to principal planes. Section is symmetrical up to point of failure. Following assumptions are made. This is soil is homogeneous. Okay, soil is homogeneous. Soil is homogeneous and isotropic and weightless. Homogeneous, isotropic and weightless. Wedges ABC, BCD, BDE behave as rigid wedges and move very broadly with no deformations. Section AC, D and BCD deform plastically. Section ACD, BCD, the section. So says section ACD and BCD deform plastically. Line of rupture for soil is a straight line. line or aksar is a straight line, and shear strength of soil is equal to C plus phi tangent phi, delta tangent phi. Now Prandtl expression for ultimate bearing capacity of soil, as mentioned by Terjaghi and Taylor, can be given following equation, and that is Q ultimate equal to it is bearing capacity ultimate equal to C over tangent phi plus 1 over 2 gamma V under root Kp bracket close, then bracket Kp e to power pi tangent phi minus 1 bracket close, and where Kp is coefficient of passive earth pressure for cohesive soils, when phi is 0, spiral becomes a circular arc, and Prandtl analysis is led to following equation. Q ultimate equal to phi plus 2 bracket close C equal to 5.14 C. So Q ultimate is 5.14 C. Let's see this equation for yourself. This is equation here. This is that equation. Oh my god, I can't see this. This is the equation here. This is the equation of ultimate bearing capacity, and it reaches to this is 5.14 C, and you convert that with some assumption that phi is 0. Now Terjaghi's theory for determination of ultimate bearing capacity. It was before Prandtl's of what Terjaghi says. So we are understanding this Q ultimate is when phi is 0, and for cohesive soil phi is 0, and this is phi plus 2 bracket and C equal to 5.14 C. Now Terjaghi theory is another one. We say Terjaghi's theory for determination of ultimate bearing capacity. Now failure, complete bearing capacity failure. Terjaghi has analyzed conditions of complete bearing capacity failure. General shear failure is in same way as Prandtl has done. He has made following assumptions. These are: footing is continuous, that is ratio L over B approaches infinity. Footing is shallow, that is depth is less than B. Alright. Base of footing is rough, and load on footing is vertical. Shear resistance of soil above base of footing is neglected. Shear resistance of soil above base of footing is neglected. Soil above this level is replaced by an equivalent surcharge. Soil above this level is replaced by an equivalent surcharge equal gamma z. For yz, it's not gamma. A symbolic problem is there related to yz, not gamma. It is saying the y in this one also gamma yz. Yz acting at that level, hence failure region is assumed not to extend above base of freedom. Failure region is assumed not to extend above base of freedom. Now, failure surface as envisaged by Kazagi is shown is that it shows zone 1, zone 2 and zone 3 is shown there as previous. So zone 1 is like ABC. ABC is in a state of elastic equilibrium. And it acts as if it were part of a footing. ABC wedge is in state of elastic equilibrium and acts as if it were part of footing. Boundaries CD and CA are assumed as plane surfaces resting at an angle phi with horizontal. In this zone, major principal stresses are vertical and there is a tendency for lateral spreading of soil to take or to affect. Now zone 2 wedge BCD is called zone of radial shear. And shearing occurs along radial and logarithmic spiral lines. Logarithmic spiral. Zone 3 wedge BDE. Zone 3 wedge is called zone of radial shear and shearing occurs along radial and logarithmic spiral lines. Zone 3 wedge BDE is called zone of linear shear and is identical with that for passive ranking state. And is identical with that for passive ranking state. Boundaries for zone 3 rise at 45 minus 5 over 2 with horizontal. So let us read again this paragraph. Some water actually. Okay. This is 56. That is some water. Okay. Now. Let's go further. This happens here, right? Now, I see again. Terziagi's theory for determination of ultimate bearing capacity, as we read now again. Terziagi has analyzed condition of complete bearing capacity failure, general shear failure. General shear failure in same way as Pruntle has done. Assumptions are footing is continuous, L over V ratio is unity or infinity, approximate infinity, I'm sorry, and footing is shallow, that is depth is less than width. Base of footing is rough and load on footing is vertical. Now shear resistance of soil above base of footing is neglected. Shear resistance of soil above base of footing is neglected. Soil above this level is replaced by equivalent surcharge, that is YZ. Acting at that level, hence failure region is assumed not to extend above base of footing. The failure surface, as envisaged by Terziagi, has been shown. Failure surface. Zone 1, wedge ABC, is in a state of elastic equilibrium and it acts as if it were part of footing. Its boundaries CB and CA are assumed as plane surfaces resting on angle phi with horizontal. With horizontal. In this zone, major principal stresses are vertical and there is a tendency for lateral spreading of soil to take place to affect in zone 2. In this zone, major principal stresses are vertical and there is a tendency for lateral spreading of soil to take place. Zone 2H, BC is called zone of radial shear. Shearing occurs along radial and logarithmic. So zone 2 is called zone of radial shear and shear occurs along radial. Zone 2 is called a zone of radial shear, and shearing is where occurs along radial and logarithmic spiral joints Z. Zone 3 which is called zone 3, which UD is called the zone of linear shear and is identical with that of passive Rankin state. Boundaries for zone 3 rise at 45 minus 5/2 horizontal. Now, this is sketch for, you can say, other one. This is for Rajagi. If load intensity of Q ultimate, if load intensity of Q ultimate is applied on footing, it tends to push wedge of soil ABC into ground with lateral displacement of zone 2 and 3. Lateral displacement is restricted to force. Let's move now. If load intensity of Q ultimate is applied, footing and tends to push wedge of soil ABC into ground with lateral displacement of zone 2 and 3. Lateral displacement is resisted by forces on plane CB and CA. Passive pressure resultant makes an angle phi with normal. Passive pressure resistance makes angle phi with normal to surface CB and CA. Resultant of so the internal displacement is resisted by force on plane CB and CA. There are two forms. And that is resultant of passive pressure PP in lateral displacement resisted by forces on both planes CB and CA. There are two forces now. One of these, A, resultant of passive pressure PP and cohesion C acting along surface CB and CA. Passive pressure resultant makes an angle phi with normal to surface CB and CA. As surface CB and CA intersect horizontal line at angle phi. According to assumption, intersect horizontal line at angle phi. According to assumption, hence Passive pressure will act vertically. Downward and upward forces act on wedge ABC. Of unit length. Downward and upward forces acting on wedge ABC of unit length with various lengths. Downward and upward forces acting on wedge ABC of unit length with balance. Now let's go to see this further. It says downward upward forces acting on wedge ABC of unit length will balance themselves when failure is impending. Downward forces are. What forces are? So let us begin. Let us see this side. My legs are very paining today because yesterday I fell on road. I fell on road yesterday. Why? I was walking just on the road, city road, and there was stud on the road. Reflecting studs on cars. They were just, I think, 2 centimeter above surface. I did not notice that one of them. I stumbled on road. My legs, knees are paining since then, paining. I fell very badly. Somebody picked me up, 2 guys, thanks. Those gentlemen picked me up. But safety, nobody cares. There's no walkway, you have to walk on road, there's no footpath in that area. I'll come on to this. So what it says, downward forces are, now say, force Q ultimate. Force quit is written, but this is force ultimate actually. Q ultimate into B, because B downward forces are, then I'll say force ultimate, Q ultimate is Q ultimate into B, because Q ultimate is we are taking intensity into B. The weight of wedge is ABC. So this is saying 1/4 gamma B square tangent phi, weight of wedge. Gamma into B square. B square is taken here. Why this was taken? Usually half into out y to b square. Well, second 1/4 y b square tangent phi, root of h. B into b, so b into b square is half b into b square, half base half base in y is half base in pi. Only 12/4 gamma as a y is square 25, and and upward forces are so 1 of 4 yb square tangent now, and upward forces are upward forces. This is force down. This is both weight of h is down and force is down. Upward forces are this resultant pressure PP, passive pressure, and CB and CA surfaces, then a vertical component of cohesion along length from AC and BC. Length AB equal to BC equal to P over 2. Such that resultant pressure PP on each of surfaces CB and CA, vertical component of cohesion around length AC, vertical component of cohesion AC and BC, length AB equal to BC equal to B over 2 over cos phi, and vertical component of cohesion on each of surface AB and BC equal to C to B over 2 over cos phi sin phi. So B over 2 C sin C tan phi. Thus Q ultimate into B plus 1/4 y to B square tangent phi equal to that. So Q ultimate is this equal to 2 ppb equal to thus Q ultimate to be plus 1/4 is tan phi equal to 2 pp equal to 2 pp equal to 2 pp plus 2 b over 2 c phi. Q ultimate will be equal to this minus 1/4 to 1. This is what can do. I'll just show this over. Resultant passive pressure. Let us see this first. Our calculation I am talking here is a reflection of that calculation. So you know what I am talking of. This is the first one. Now go further. Resultant of passive earth pressure PP in equation that constitutes of 3 components as shown below. Modify 11. What's that? Let's see now. Comfortably, I'm going to sit. My leg, my knees are. There's impact on my knee. I fell very badly, swiveled. Okay, what to do? Life like that, Let's say this. can say laugh, no problem. Resultant of passive of pressure. Resultant of passive of pressure in equation constitutes of three components as shown. Now PPY, which is product of weight of shear shown BCDE, this BCDE, okay. BCD, PP, which is brought by weight of shear shown BC. This component is calculated by assuming column cohesion C and surcharge for YZ equal to 0. Now PPC, which is product by cohesion C of soil, this component is calculated by assuming unit weight Y of soil and surcharge gamma set 0. PP2, so one is PPQ, which is product of surcharge is produced by surcharge of gamma of YZ. This component is calculated by assuming unit weight gamma 8Y. So which is produced by surcharge YZ. This component is calculated by assuming unit weight Y falls in C of soil equal to 0. Now values of PP, then PPC and PP2 are obtained for different surfaces of failures, and then they are added to obtain PP, substituting these components of PP equation. Here we have in 4511 equation. Q ultimate B equal to 2 into PP plus PPQ. A little complication, don't worry. Q ultimate B equal to 2PP, 2 bracket PPY plus PPC plus PPQ plus close plus BC tangent phi minus 1 forward gamma B square tangent phi, and this will Q ultimate B equal to 2 PPY I1 minus 1 4 B square tangent phi plus lost this. Yeah, I say. So Q says Q ultimate B equal to 2 into PP minus 1 4 gamma B square tangent phi plus 2 PP C plus BC tangent phi plus 2 PPY uses. Let's introduce three factors NY, NC and NQ in such a way that okay, so we got this. Let us introduce this. He got it, 2 ppy is one so this was ultimately we get substituting these values of equations. We get q ultimate equal to c and c plus y and c and q plus 1 half and half gamma d and q. This is called Trajaghi's general bearing capacity equation. Trajaghi general bearing capacity equation for continuous footing. Parameters NC and Q and I. Trajaghi's dimensionless bearing capacity. Factors due to cohesion of charge and soil weight respectively. Cohesion, surcharge and soil weight respectively. Their numerical values depend upon values of 5 of soil as given. Now, numerical values are like NC equal to cot phi bracket a square or 2 cos square bracket 45 degrees plus 5 to minus 1. NQ is equal to a square over 2 cos square bracket 45 plus 502. Okay, we have got this coefficient now. Coefficients of passive pressure solids and 3 5 over 4 minus q 5 over etc. Tangent 5. Trajaghi has plotted 3 vector NC and Q as functions of angle of intersection, which has been shown in let me show you this also because it's important. And let's say general and local shear failure, this is 4516. Bearing capacity failure in Trajaghi, this is bearing capacity failure. We'll discuss it. Now let me go to 546 or so. We'll talk this later on. Let me see if I can talk on that 548. We'll consider this, of course. If I can, let me see if I can do further. Page 858. We'll take this later on now. It's enough for today. Try is best, try is best one, because let me put off this for some reason, put off battery for so that battery doesn't heat up much. And let us try if I can bring in screen share. Let me try. I can't say, I can't guarantee, but if I can't get, I'll start the next video directly. And let me see if I can do this. Possibly or possibly not, I don't know. I can't say that. Let me open that file first. open. Let's see if I can. This is use camera setup. What was that name? I was thinking, but I didn't have. I was thinking of something here. I was doing something here. What I was thinking, I forgot what I was thinking. Let us see if I can do this. I cannot do this. Something I think. It's not coming. It's not coming. Oh, it's not coming. I'm sorry. It's not taking up. There's something problem in that. I don't know why it's not taking up. What was the reason behind that? Let me try once again if it can take. Because try is only we can do. Let me try if I can do this. Let me try once more. It's waste of time otherwise. Size screen share. It's still not taking. Let me put it this way. No, it's not taking. It's not taking. What's people? What's there? It's not taking. Project management. Live producer. No, it's not that. Then I stop this. No, it's not that. It's not taking. It's not taking. This camera. Let me try again. With this camera, I cannot. There's no reason for that. Why it's not taking actually. File is here. File is here. Why it's not taking? The problem is this. I am not sure of this procedure. Setup camera is there. Now I say. Application window, share. I think it's coming on now. Let me see. It's coming now. It's okay. So, my dear friends, I'm now doing sharing of screen share, screen share. That is screen share of this video. Which I continued yesterday. I continued yesterday this year, and this is a report of file report from Arab Center that I got and studied this for my some activities. Now I discussed yesterday with you. Cover page has no meaning at all. I discussed with you about this, and this was. There was index which I discussed with you, and that it is introduction. First of all, I repeat, purposes of study, purpose of study and scope of work, project description, site description, prevailing conditions, general geology of area, fixed exploration and testing, then drilling, sampling from boreholes or field testing in boreholes, excavation of trial pits, sampling from trial pits, field testing in trial pits, field density test, soil electrical resistivity testing, field soil thermal resistivity testing, laboratory testing, laboratory tests and codes, surface and subsurface conditions, ground materials, physical, mechanical and thermal properties, materials chemical properties, then sulfate content, chloride content, other chemical contents, oil and gas, grease and hydrocarbons, pH value, and this continues to be like groundwater and cavities, general discussions for choice, that is suitable foundations for is footings on sand, general discussion for choice of suitable foundations, footing on sand, that is general considerations of settlement, considerations of bearing capacity, and choice of type of foundations, conclusion, recommendations, all these foundations, depth and type, tank foundations, hydrostatic testing, level bearing pressure, foundation settlement, soil design parameters, foundation subject to vibrations, general considerations in designing of dynamic bases, then subgrade evaluation and pavement consideration, objectives, methods of analysis, subgrade properties, recommended type of pavement, general consideration, earth pressure parameters, site preparations, clearing and grabbing, cut and fill side slopes, protections and monitoring, earth dikes and bumps, drainage, dewatering, excavation method and excavability, excavation side slopes and or lateral support system, and this is backfilling materials and compacting criteria, which is here structure fill and general fill, and burrow soils and soil resistivity and corrosivity, foundation, concrete, tectonic of southeast region of Arab Peninsula, and seismicity and earthquake area of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, ground staking and free field ground acceleration and liquefaction, densification, collapse potential, swelling and shrinkage potential, inspection during foundation excavation, important note. And then there are figures, major faults in southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, seismicity affecting southeast region of Arabian, earthquake area in southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, average values of maximum accelerations in rock, and list of tables. Table number 1, existing ground level plant coordinates, UTM coordinates and depth for boreholes. Table 2 is existing ground level plant coordinates, UTM coordinates and excavated depth of to trial pits. And table 3 is proposed foundation level, foundation type and allowable bearing pressure. Table number 4, representative compression wave and shear wave velocities. Table number 5, summary of CBR and modified Proctor. CBI, California bearing ratio. And table number 6 is earth pressure and social parameters. Table number 7 is soil corrosivity versus resistivity. And then it is appendixes like location of boreholes and trial pits. Appendix B, logs of boring and trial pits, and section B1, legend to logs of boring and trial pits, logs of boring, logs of trial pits, generalized subsurface profiles. And next appendix is field test trial results, field density test results, soil electrical resistivity test results, soil thermal resistivity test results, standard penetration test results, and laboratory test results. That's appendix D. Grading curves at the works limits and soil classification, moisture content and test results, and moisture density relations test results, CBR test results, lab permeability test results, and laboratory thermal resistivity test results, oil and vagaries test results. I Then is the laboratory test, the grading curve, attributes, limits, and soil classification, moisture content test results, moisture density relationship test results, CBR test results, lab permeability test results, laboratory thermal resistivity test results, oil and grease test results, and chemical test results for for soil and groundwater. I also did yesterday one separately, you know, this, what's happening? I think it's going on. Oh, no, it's there, it's there, it's there, I think it's there, it's there. No, it's there, okay, fine, it's there. I also did one video yesterday regarding this page. This is a report was a separate one. It was not a part of this regular video. By chance, I forgot to paste that URL on Safi. So I am including this. Yesterday I put later on, but I think today I am including this that URL also. But I'll keep back. I'll continue with this as I'm talking, because now this is a report which was actually, it's very old report, and this introduction is for a project which was for foreign country, Abu Dhabi, UAE, and there were so many companies, and I'm not going to talk about companies here. Report is from Arab Center for Engineering Studies, and then actually there are some projects. Many projects are there around city, in deserts actually these are. This is gas plant and angel recovery, angel fractionization, obtain gas cover like it. Now what's this purpose of study? What's purpose of study is that's most important rather than doing something else. What's after all purpose of study? That we do this, that's our point of understanding what's purpose of study. So I have blown up this so that you can see it well. I think it's 200%. Let me don't know how much. Let me make 175 better. 200 is too high. Is there 175 or no? No, it's not there. So I'll make it 175 myself, because it should be clear to you what I'm talking about. So it's now purpose of study is. Now, every study has some purpose and different purpose. So is this study. This is not definite, but objective is that we want to know something about that site. We want to know technically and geologically. We want to know geographically. We want to know tectonically, or whatever is possible. We want to know something about that site, that section, that area-wise, as well as we go down in below ground surface, what's there. That's our aim there. So purpose of study is to determine surface and subsurface conditions at proposed project and physical, mechanical and chemical properties of investigated ground in order to provide structural engineer or design engineer with sufficient information for design of most suitable and safe foundations, because no foundation can be designed without availability of its parameters, soil parameters. If you don't have soil parameters, your design will not be a real design. It shall be based on assumptions, and if you accept that, that's not professional work. In such a major work means you must have accurate decisions, you must have accurate knowledge. If you don't have that, just think of you. If you think you don't have that information, that knowledge which you need about soil, because soil never tells itself what it is. You have to extract information of soil because soil is a material. Soil is not a machine. I tell you, soil is a machine. If you don't know that, you have to survey that. If you have that, fine. If you trust that report, you can use that report. And if you don't trust that report, that you think that report is indicative only for guidance purpose, then you have to conduct soil survey yourself. It depends on what's in agreement, what's in contract. It doesn't matter even if it's not contract. You have to know when you are going to do massive work on some site. You have to revalidate that report you have done before, or you have to conduct supplementary survey, supplementary investigation. That's requirement. Otherwise, you cannot know what's there. And moreover, it depends upon the area, what type of area is that. Means this is a reclaimed area or this original area, or you have to raise level first, or you have to do what? Means soil improvement is required. All that's part of costing. So you have to ultimately stop this work at some area. It's very important for every engineer to understand soil report. It's not necessary that you survey that or investigate that. Understanding is also required. If you don't understand that report thoroughly, then you make a mistake in your life. That's very important. So I say purpose is foundation design, and without soil understanding, without applying experience and knowledge learned from their field, you cannot design properly. This is solely depend upon what designer said or what is in the laboratory said. Without thinking, you go on to that. That's not way of profession. That's not way of profession. Profession is different. You must understand that point. No scope of work. Without the scope of work, we do nothing. We do construction, or we do planning, or we do quantity, we do whatever we do design, and we do soil survey, soil investigation, exploration. Everything, every item, every activity requires scope of work. A scope of work must be written, must be documentary. That's very important. So what is scope of work in this is? In this scope of work is this. Let us see what is that scope of work. In this is scope of work is consists of following. That is collecting information and map particular to site, such as public services, site plan and land use maps. Sorry. Land use maps. Let me see it's working or not. Yeah, it's working, so it's okay. Okay, fine. So I continue with this, and let me see. This is okay. Oh, that's gone. I have gone somewhere. I think I made a mistake. Is it? Live, still live. Stop. No, don't stop sharing. But it's gone. It's gone actually. It's gone. It's gone somewhere. I can miss somewhere. It was. I made some mistake, I think. I made some mistake, isn't it? I think I made a mistake. No, it's still there. How can you go? It's there. Ah, yes, it's there. It's there. It's there. Still there. I don't know what happened. By chance something happened. Yes, something happened by chance. Okay, scope of work consists of following. Really, I'm not experienced well in this process, so I'm finding a little difficulty in the beginning, because FB was not giving even the share facility before. It broke again. I wrote to them. I think they have applied something. I think it's working. Let us try this way as an experiment. So collecting information and maps particular to sites such as public services, site plan and land use maps. Making inspection visits to site to collect information about present land use, surface topography, geological features, and surface drainage. Drilling total 28 number boreholes, in situ, in situ testing and sampling of disturbed and undisturbed samples, excavation of 3 try pits, carrying out 14 field density tests, carrying out 18 electrical resistivity tests with points 0.75, 1.5, 2.253 and 4.5 spacing. What is battery position? Battery position is number 4. So let me put batteries also on. Now it's time for that. So it says that carrying out 40 numbers field density tests, carrying out 18 electrical resistivity tests with 0.75 meter, 1.5 meter, 2.25 meter, 3 meter and 4.5 meter spacing, carrying out 6 number field thermal resistivity tests, carrying out physical, mechanical, thermal and chemical laboratory testing as follows. In soil samples, this long list, I think, as full range test. Let us see what is left. Particle size analysis. You know, it's done for granular soils. We know very well, and that area is not clay exactly. So particle size analysis, this is number 1, which is mandatory and which is very common for every soil, even its fine sand. Of course, it's not done for clay, for silt. For cohesive soils, we don't do that. It's just for granular soils. Materials passing number 200 seal. Alright, then moisture content. Alright, moisture content is very important just to know behavior of conduct soil at Atterbuck's limit. Atterbuck's limit, you know, this for clay soil and all that. Particularly, you know what limit is that? Just like moisture content, percent moisture is in the water, that Atterbuck limits are, you know, liquid limit, right? You understand that? What's liquid limit? You know very well. Liquid limit where soil starts getting shear force, shear resistance. That limit, when you add more water to that, it starts flowing, and when you just withdraw water, it starts some strength. That is called liquid limit. Then you come down to semi-solid and then to solid. We call the solid plastic limit, sorry. So liquid limit and then plastic limit, you just withdraw water from the plastic limit and go on more with the water is semi-solid, and then further down to solid, like that. That's Atterbuck limits. Then modified Proctor, you know, this is for field density. You have to understand that for FDD. Then California bearing ratio CBR, you know, in roads is generally applied as a mandatory, therefore airport runways or for other roads. You have to know what's value of CBM, California bearing ratio. Then laboratory thermal resistivity. I discussed along with thermal resistivity and kind of electrical resistivity. Thermal resistivity because it impacts upon piping work underground, which is, and impacts upon water contents because heat also evaporates water content from them. So that has very impact, you know, very much impact on properties of soil, and particularly in industrial processes, industrial areas, industrial plants. There are lakhs of thousands of pipes done, big pipe as well as small pipe, to deep depths also these are laid, and so we have to be very much serious about this, about laboratory thermal resistivity of soil. And then permeability, you know, permeability when it's granular soil, certainly there's a way what to move in within through voids, and that's called permeability. Is not, you can say, no question of porosity. Porosity applies to cohesive soil. When cohesive soil are porous, these cannot be called permeable because there is no end route for them. It's permeable soil, granular one, where water can flow in. So we have to know with what speed water shall flow. Of course, it will laminar. If it's not laminar, then it will be turbulent. It's not possible turbulent because no stream. So it will, though may not be, there may no water in this, because this is, let's say, what Chemical analysis including determination of chloride content, sulfate content, pH is very important. We know pH is very common, pH up to 7 and then about 7, and we accept 5.5 for engineering works very, and up to 5.5 is no problem. It's all that is acidic range, and about that's alkali. So calcium carbonate, magnesium, oil and grease, and petroleum hydrocarbons. So these you can say in general, these cover something full range test of soil sample, full range test, though there are some missing in that, but doesn't matter. We still how to take up. I think my throat is drying out. But I'm happy that I'm able to show you the document due to FB facility. It's not available in YouTube, unfortunately. Or it's available on Zoom or webinar, which you have to pay. You have to pay my whole bag. I'm not able to pay. I'm free to do prayer. So for benefit of everybody, I try to do this. I spend a lot of time on this process. This report has been, I was there in Ruiz. Just for information, I worked in Ruiz for about 3 years. And this was 1999 and to 2002 beginning, I think. Then I worked in some office from 2005 to 2008. In which all these reports were there. So I just collected this for study purpose. Means I was in tendering section and I could understand this, so I said better study them. It's better than studying theory books, because these are from practical point of view, and you get much information from these books, because practical work gives you more. These are all technically oriented, not layman oriented. So you can say it's kind of education you can get through this practical education, which even professors may not be able to impart you with that. Now, what about the groundwater? We are saying groundwater. Chemical analysis beyond that. Chemical analysis including determination of chloride content. Chloride, very dangerous for concrete. Chloride content, sulfate content, it's also very dangerous. Before we used sulfate resistant cement. Now it is not used, but it can be used, though there is PFA now, and there is GGBS now, and this microsilica now, and these can be used, and these can be used properly and comfortably to resist sulfate attacks. And pH and magnesium, and oil and grease and petroleum hydrocarbons. So this is for groundwater, means if there is water in that. However, chemical analysis including determination of chloride content, sulfate content, pH and magnesium, oil and grease and petroleum hydrocarbons. Now, performing engineering analysis of field and laboratory findings, and developing conclusion and recommendations for design and construction, and then reporting. So this is the scope, you can see. If you go from there, this is scope, purpose of study, I told you. And this is new NGL recovery units at the SAB, and new NGL fractionization at Gasco, Ruiz, and new condensate storage at shipping and tech Ruiz, and supporting utility and offshore sites, all sites, interconnecting pipelines. And this now says that this report covers site of AG2 at Sahar and Abuja. And there are names of this, they're not very serious about that. Finding of geotechnical investigation for other areas shall be included in separate report. So individual report is required for all sites. So we can re-look at what a scope is, so that we remember scope is, and now I speak fast. The scope of works consists of following: collecting information maps particular to sites as public services, site plan and land use maps, making inspections regional site to collect information about present land use, surface topography, geological features, and surface drainage, and then drilling total of 28 boreholes in situ setting, in situ testing and sampling of disturbed and undisturbed samples, excavation of 3 number trial pits, and carrying out 14 field density tests, carrying out 18 electrical resistivity tests with 0.75, 1.5, 2.253 meters and 4.5 meter spacing, and carrying out 6 field thermal resistivity tests, and carrying out the physical, mechanical, thermal and chemical laboratory testing as follows. In soil samples, particular size, particle size and materials passing number 200 cu and moisture content, orthodox limits and modified factor, California Billing ratio or NAM, lab technical resistivity, permeability, chemical analysis including determination of chloride content and sulfate content, pH, calcium carbonate and magnesium, oil and grease Now, oil and grease and petroleum, groundwater chemical analysis including determination of chloride content, sulfate content, pH and management, magnesium, oil and grease and petrochemical hydrocarbons, and performing engineering analysis of field and laboratory findings, developing conclusions and recommendations, and use of machines. Okay, so performing engineering analysis of field and laboratory findings, developing conclusions and recommendations for design and reporting, and then project descriptions. Now we move to projects. So far, just basic information of contract between soil laboratory and client or contractor about soil investigation, what the contract was, the scope of what was, and yes, and they did that. Now we move to that. Let's say new processing facility has to include following: gas treating, molecular sieve dehydration, NGL recovery, acid gas compression. This is real main scope: gas treating, molecular sieve dehydration, and MGL recovery, acid gas compression. So molecular sieve dehydration, gas treating. Now we go further. In addition to processing facilities, existing utilities workshop, laboratory workshop, warehouse, and fire station are likely to be explored. So now what I have to do, I was thinking of site actually, what to do is site, not on site. Now in addition to processing facilities, existing utilities, workshops, laboratory, warehouses and fire likely to be expanded. This is that. In addition to processing facilities, existing utilities, workshops, and this laboratory, warehouse and fire stations are likely to expand now. Site description. Now we know location of site, long away from the city, and let's say site is divided into two parts. Site is divided into two parts. Let us see what are these two parts. When I'm relaxing, you can read that. No problem. No problem. You can read that. Let me see. How is better? Let's put it in all the convenience. You can read that on the sheet. So part 1, in area of existing gas plant, area is mostly covered by dune sand. You know, generally in deserts it happens, particularly in Arabian Gulf, GCC areas, mostly this is state. And of course remote portions, and partially with silty sand. So sand and silty sand are beauty of their area. Site includes storage at location BH19, this location. Site area immediately adjacent to existing plant area was generally flat. Remaining area was generally irregular in topography. Overall maximum level difference between investigated point is about 6 meter. So overall maximum level difference between investigated points is about 6 meter level difference. So 6 meters is not small. You can say it's about 1.5-story building, or maybe in our country 2-story building. Area of borehole BH18 is 11 meter lower than highest area in site as borehole can. Part 2, this is building area. Investigated boreholes 52-53 are located within fenced area, including existing fire station and existing control room. 2 boreholes are generally at same level. Now, no faults of any other spatial geological features were observed at site. A general site plan showing boreholes and trial pits locations in project area is enclosed in Appendix C. Now, before moving further, I like to scan this file so that you know what actually this file contains. This page 9 will come back to page 9. Let's go just to scan file. It will take a few minutes, no problem. Prevailing weather conditions, for example, there are, and there is then general geology of area, and you can say we'll go through this just for information. Field exploration, in this there is a drilling, and table number 1 are given. This is coordinates of boreholes and what's levels of boreholes and its depth they have to go. This is information. Then this is also existing ground level, plant coordinates and drill depths for all boreholes. This is also information given here. Then sampling from a borehole, and you can say here field testing in boreholes, excavation of trial pits, and then existing ground levels for coordinate and excavated depth of trial pits. So information is limited one, and so I'm just trying to tell you before going further from page 9 that you should know what I'm going to talk about. Sampling from trial pits and field testing in trial pits, and field density test, soil electrical resistivity test. Electrical resistivity, then the soil electrical resistivity testing and field soil thermal resistivity test. Then we go to laboratory testing. This laboratory tests, you know, list of tests, moisture content, urine size, minus number, and alphabet limits, and modified proctor and qualified ambiguous. So lab parameters, soil parameters, water soluble, etc. Calcium, magnesium, all this. It's all, Then BS code 5930 codes for practice for site investigation. Um, then ground materials, and we can see chloride content, then other chemical contents, oil and grease and hydrocarbons, pH value. Then groundwater and cavity, and also here general discussion for choice of suitable foundations and footings on soil, and consideration of bearing capacity. Then tank foundations, then you can say allowable bearing capacity, pressure for stable foundations, and foundation settlement, soil design parameters. Then these are allowable bearing pressure, net allowable pressure, and then this is what's the hack actually? Well, net allowable capacity is going on, so many, then then I can say, this is allowable bearing capacity, then pressure, different areas, and that is, representative compression wave and shear wave velocities. Foundation subject to vibrations, and then general considerations of designing diamond bases. Methods of analysis, subgrade properties, and sieve analysis. This is CBR modified Proctor test, CBR and test, and recommended type of payments. General considerations, and you may say earth pressure parameters, site preparation, cleaning and grading, and soil. You can say site preparation is very important activity for starting project work. You have to prepare site so that it becomes suitable. First of all, rotor action performance for well stake was out on which site in the beginning. How is that? Then you can say after site preparation, you come on, cut and fills, and then after the ice and all of what, it's complete of work. Then drainage, dewatering, extraction methods, and etc. exhaustion, side slopes, and lateral support system. And then you can say backfill matters compaction criteria, structural fill, structural general fill, and you can say burrow sources, nearest burrow sources, soil resistivity and corrosivity. Soil resistivity and corrosivity, it depends upon what sort of belt. It varies to 5 to 100 about 100, and in that case also resistivity is this much, so high heavy soil, that's important here. Then foundation concrete. Yeah, recommendation starting now, and tectonics in south regions and Bengal Peninsula. You can see plan of area. And you can say this is the area, project area, and this is the Gulf area. And these are magnitudes of earthquake here in certain areas. Generally low earthquake here. I think I should put off this fan and start other fan. So ground shaking and free field ground acceleration, liquefaction. Then these graphs starting in the densification, collapse potential, and water nodes, and then you can say location of boreholes and trial pits. It's giving about that, where locations are there. These are locations here, say this is a plant process, so this is location. We can just go down a little for a clarification. This location here, these are you can say here all these are shown. This already is a plant here, locations. And then we can go further back. Location of boreholes. And this is a keep this is a whole area, and let us say this portion site. This is this drawing is side drawing and drawing about this out of this, and this both areas are there. This is from this and this from this. Log of boreholes. It will define boreholes like this, and the top like this is into logs of boring and trial pits and logs of boreholes and kinds of lots of traps and channelized surface profiles. Gentle loops of both drivers. You can see this. It's a clay, silt, sand, gravel, cobbles, boulders, plate, fill, and crystalline gypsum, chalk, and marl, calcimite, chert, like that all. And this is fine grain, this is coarse grain, what's meaning of that is given. Lots of boring. These are boring logs in a standard format. All these reports to date. These are, let's say, continues to see all this one by one after the all borehole logs are coming up, log of boring. Okay, we continue with this. We'll see one by one later on. This coming now. Let me move fall down fast so that we can kind of stop. Trial pits, loves of trial pits. Trial pits. I think 4 or 5 years similar. Generalized subsurface profiles. With density test results, moisture content, sand, insolvency test results. Soil regularity test results. Then you can see all the suppose this is resistive gas, soil electrical resistive gas. Field soil thermal resistive gas. Standard penetration test SPTs. Just hold on, I'll be back in a minute. Just hold on for those minutes, please. So these are SPTs, and go further. Just for your information, I'm showing this. All this file contains, and the other files as well, the small files. But these laboratory test results, the contents are this. Is a grading curves, atoms in. All these tests are here. You'll find these tests here on this. You'll find grading curves at about limits and soil classifications. And these all test results are here. There's a grain size distribution, atoms and distribution. Because the grain size distribution, so particle size distributions, and sorry, and this is like that. All so many reports, so many results. As usual, happens from big projects, professional work. Still some inside is moving on. Summary of materials passing number 200. BH1, BH2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all that. Always. Moisture content test results. You can see this moisture content test results. Moisture content test results here. Moisture content test results. And moisture density relationship test results. Dry density. You can see this, suppose here, this is top here, dust is highest, this is 15 point something, and you see here, and then increasing up to less than 9 something, it's saying, but here it goes up. So this is in the line, let's say, just for information I'm telling you. CVR test results. CVR test. We have only a few pages left, I think. We are reaching the 1900 page now, and it's report on California variation. So California variation continues. We have a few pages left, with maybe 30 pages more. See, almost we are going to finish this file. Report on California organization continues, and maybe some more messages there. Stress reduction plan. shows that permeability test results, lab permeability, this is lab test results, laboratory thermal resistivity test results, and thermal resistivity continues. And then sample aggregation. Grease test results, iron grease. Chemical test results. And then let me say this is that, alright. So what I should say then, let's move back. No. Page 9, there we go. So you have known of these 296 pages, 26 pages. What shall we say? This is just now a view out of this file is very much important for everyone. It's not because I'm showing you, it's because it contains that material which is very important one for an engineer, for manager, project manager, construction manager, designers, quality people, particularly engineering department. This information is for every purpose. A lot of work is done on this information I have seen. Of course, payment is made to laboratories, but laboratories should also be professional. It's not simple, we can elect someone, okay, you do it. Work is done means payment is made, means it should be done correctly, rightly, professionally. And those who laboratories do work, I have not seen this report first time, I have seen many reports, I worked on projects, and I use those reports for various investigation purposes, various calculation purposes, and this helps a lot. You go through in depth, go through this border loss reports, and you get plate loss test or many more tests. You get more information outside. Particularly, of course, there are so many reports I could not get by chance about this or some. I just would want to learn more and more from that. So I've seen these reports. I don't know why I decide having a goal or something. You have to be very smart in this case, smart in the sense that we cannot take reports for granted. We have to use these reports for purpose of project. These questions may be asked many times by someone about soil, and also designers who are responsible for foundations They must study this thoroughly because this is practical report, this is not advisory report. Was not done many years back from execution of project, but during, I think, project currency it was part of contract, and this of course is not, can say most reliable, but most informative about that site. As it says part 1 and part 2, we discuss part 1. Again I can discuss part 1 that this site, this gas area is existing gas plant, and area is mostly covered by, it's covered by dune sand and partially with silty sand. That is fill. Silty sand is called fill. Site includes a storage area at location of borehole 19. Site area immediately adjacent to existing plant area was generally flat. Remaining area was generally irregular in topography. Overall maximum level difference between investigated points is about 6 meters. Area of borehole 18 is 11 meters lower than of highest area of site is 10. Part 2 investigated boreholes 52 to and 53 to only. Where since investigated boreholes 52 and 53 are located within fenced area, including existing fire station and existing control room, boreholes are generally at same level. No fault or other special geological features were observed at site. General site plan showing boreholes, otherwise shown all that. So come on. Now, prevailing weather conditions. That is also very general, but it should be known to all contractors who participate in it. There may be international companies, not necessarily a local groups with import people. So you must tell them in advance. Well, they know it through websites, but even then, it's better to write something for that. The location of site is given, and very hot and climate prevails. That hot arid climate is one where it's defined as evaporation exceeds precipitation. Evaporation exceeds precipitation means water after heat it goes into environment, into weather, and precipitation is also such as rain and default. This climate design produces characteristic hot desert terrains. Average annual rainfall may only be few centimeters, even only about few millimeters in some parts, which usually occurs seasonally and sometimes only from a single cloudburst. Summer shade temperature are fetched frequently in excess of 40 degrees Celsius, and humidities may exceed 100, around 100. Say 100, I'm sitting here in India, I'm in problem. 100. The water car is 100. I used to walk in the water car, my whole shirt used to wet just in half an hour walking. All my shirts and pants or body sweat. So start near coast contrast with the maximum near night and day temperatures, and between night and day humidities is often great. After great storm persistent winds are normal in many areas. This unforgivable climate imposed So we can say that humidity is 100% in many areas, in contrast between maximum night and day temperature, and between night and day humidity is often great. Strong persist, strong persistent winds are normal in many areas with the unfavorable climate imposes adverse conditions on concrete structures, such as what is actually is high temperature and high seasonal changes, which are adverse, which are very means not tolerate high temperature and high seasonal changes. This can impact your working conditions. Humidity, high humidity and high change in relative humidity, and strong dry winds, condensation at night, wind-bound salt laden dust, and high solar reflection. Here we have like this. So we can say high temperature and high seasonal changes, high humidity and high changes in relative humidity, strong dry winds, and we can say constant condensation at night and winds born salt laden dust. Okay, then we can say wind-borne salt laden dust and high solar radiation. General geology of area, that also a very important part of information, geology, not geography, geology, not topography, inside that. That's important parts. Now it's 7. Maybe you people are interested to watch 15th August function, so what I should do, I don't know. Or I can say, I don't know, you should do that. I don't know. I'm just recording, possibly recording. You can watch later if you wish. It's your choice, not my choice. It says geology of area. Abu Dhabi is on coastline, you know that. It's Arabian Gulf, part of Arabian Gulf, and it's carbonate sediments, extensive carbonate sediments you have. Now, a model was developed, geomorphological model was developed by someone of mountain and pavement plains of this area and Gulf area in 4 sediment deposition zones, coastline of USA. Let me first see this gentleman. I just send us so many messages. Early, sometimes we feel fed up with these people. I don't know why they're just crowding my site for nothing, crowding site for nothing. We're just sending messages and overloading site. So my internet stops working. These people don't understand if somebody is working, somebody is not working. Just go on sending messages. Okay, it's going to be fine, but don't disturb me. Why are you disturbing me? That's the point is. Now there you go. What to do? People. Now, the coastline, Arabian Peninsula and Gulf area and 4 sediment deposits join. This scientists, folks and anything else, maybe scientists, I don't know over there, developed a geomorphological model division of mountain and pediment plain of Arabian Peninsula and Gulf area in 4 sediments deposits in zones. Coastline of UAE forms zone 4, base plan, base laying, is mostly Pleistocene on this in this. And you know what's Pleistocene? That's given in geology, like geology. And then superficial deposits of this zone consists mainly of sand dunes, lows and evaporates. Sand dunes, sand dunes, lows. You might have seen sand dunes very big, very big sand dunes on. Even they take their cars and if you go to this Qatar, if you might have chance to go to Qatar and go to their Masai, then pass on to sea, which will find very big sand dunes, and on which these people take their cars on the cars. I think 4x4 cars, they drive on them, they go on to top of dunes and come down. I think it's like a game for them. For forest is not game. Forest is a study. So superficial deposits of this zone consist mainly of sand dunes, lows and evaporates together with marine sand and salts. So marine sand and salts. Principal transporting agents of environment is wind and evaporates. Evaporates helps on sorting wind-blown materials and extensive deposits of bioplastics, and salty coastal subcasts. So you can say that, they say it's optional. Wait a minute. Whoever mainly says, okay, the principal transporting agents of wind and evaporates, and where sheet flows in some valleys at coastal areas in marine agencies help sorting wind-blown materials. Expensive deposits. Then you can say here, at coastal areas, marine agencies help sorting wind-blown materials and expensive deposits of plastics and salty coastal subcasts areas are common, and they form large part of this coastal subcasts. It's not good method anyway. Although you must be feeling very bored with this file, because this file is like that. I know how I could handle this file, but the subject, once you are interested in, then you get interested. Of course, maybe 5 to 10% of you could get interested. It's not more than that. If this subject is not, you are interested in designs probably, and this is not part of design, but this is part more than design requires this information. Not only this information, how many projects you are doing, you need those reports as well. Well, no problem. Now, let us see. I will not talk much today because you have to listen and attend some function. This is August 15, and I already congratulated everybody on this issue, and say, although wind-blown materials tend to predominate, where great quantities of dust, silt and sand are moved during periods of high wind. Well, let's say, serious note, all of this, although wind-blown materials tend to predominate where a great quantity of dust, silt, and sand are moved during periods of high wind, water plays an important part in controlling this phenomenon. Flash floods are relatively rare, and any meandering stream actually reaching coast coastal plain is usually short-lived after downpour, but standing water table, which may be quite near to ground surface, influences desert processes, as was shown usually represents. um, Then we can say, some sketching on the. There's some water also. There's some more water. Yeah, yeah, okay. Flash food plus this my mouse is back. I can't see. Yeah, flash floods are relatively rare, and any meandering stream actually reaching a coastal plain is usually short-lived after downpour. But standing water table, which may be quite near to ground surface, influences desert processes as this usually represents the base level down to which wind erosion takes place or affects. They use term takes place. I don't use child term. Children gets affects means takes place. I guess this is children's version. Hazard as in present cases, when the erosion more or less stops when sand and silts are damp, and of course that's right, means when the erosion more or less stops when sand and silts are damp, capillary moisture movement from shallow water table to ground surface readily occurs, enhanced by continual evaporation mechanism. In these conditions, a thick salt crust can build up from continual precipitation of salts dissolved in groundwater above. If, if they are in very weak dilution, crystal of these salts are also blown by wire and blown by wind and can contaminate dunes and other parts of desert surface. Last is interesting line that says my reading is a problem. I think no. This is in these conditions, a thick salt crust can build up from continual precipitation of salts dissolved in groundwater over the weak dilution. Crystal of these salts are also blown by wind and can contaminate dunes and other parts of desert surface. Capillary moisture movements depends on many many factors, but it can be up to, it can be 3 to 4 meters. And you can say above water table, 3-4 meters above water table in fine soils. These deposits are common in deserts, coastal regions, and particularly extensive around this coastal salty development. Then these deposits are common in desert coastal regions and particularly extensive around. Now, coastal salty deposits are known as safka. Coastal salty deposits are known as safka, as indicated above. Safka is very big. There was salt and salt and salt and that. Superficial deposits overlie interbedded sandstones, gypsy ferrous, mudstone. Well, now we see, as you said here, as you said, superficial deposits overlie interbedded sandstones, gypsy ferrous, mudstone and siltstone and mudstone, gypsum, limestone, calcitites and siltstones and conglomerates. Of course, I put this now off because I put that on. Field exploration, this is drilling, this is phase 12, and I like to stop at 7:30 probably because we will have to watch some program. I understand that point also. So when I say yes, I say that let's move like this. Drilling is very strong and very active work, and I suppose we are during period leave period, 28 boreholes were drilled at project site. Boreholes are numbered as given. Leave this now. Now let's go to table number 1. Existing ground levels, plant coordinates and drilled depths for all boreholes. This is table number 1. Now you can see borehole number 1, 2, 3, 5, 12 are all there up to 22 and 23 to 53. These are boreholes. There's 25 direct and 3, 26, 28 numbers. And you see plant coordinates are there. Plant coordinates means real coordinates. These are not there are two types of coordinates. They have changed their coordinates and these relative coordinates. So fortunately, it doesn't matter for you. You have to understand. There's nothing to do with easting and northing are there. So not related to any information. We are not interested in this. But because these are there, if you see some people, you find out existing ground levels. This is important things. Existing ground level, what this star, it says the levels are related to NADD, that's what it says. NADD, this means National Abu Dhabi, datum, something like that. Could be, I don't remember, National Abu Dhabi. Whatever it is, then we are the these levels 131, 69, 134, these are these levels. It is actual or reference, not doesn't matter because we know drill depth is for these 3 is 20, for the other is 10, 10, and all this 20 from here to here, 10 is here, 20 is here, and these are little 5 for these two, and 10, 20, 30. These are drilling depths of these, actual depths we have done, so that's given here. Now this is here said, now what does it say? This is what it says, now you go to borehole locations were determined by, okay, this one, fine, right? Rotated that is very this also. Now, borehole logs, detailing reference numbers of borehole. Lithological, this is borehole logs detailing references, numbers of boreholes, lithological description of materials encountered with depth, structural details of each layer, method of drilling, methods of in situ testing, depth and elevation of borehole and depth of groundwater table are present in logs of this AV. Sampling of okay, now say borehole logs detailing reference numbers of borehole, lithological description of materials encountered with depth, structural details of each layer, method of drilling, results of in situ testing, depth and elevation of borehole, and depth of groundwater table are present in logs of boring. Appendix B, Section B7 to B2, sampling from boreholes. Sampling from boreholes. Sampling. The desktop split spoon samples were obtained from boreholes. This is disturbed, not undisturbed. They are saying disturbed, so no problem to me. These are disturbed. Disturbed split spoon samples were obtained from boreholes and where SPT was performed in soil. Undisturbed rock samples were not possible to be obtained since bed level was not reached in either of any of drilled boreholes. Samples recovered were immediately examined, described, classified, identified, and coded by ACES geotechnical engineer, placed in water samples recovered were immediately examined. Sorry, undisturbed rock samples were not possible. Okay. Samples recovered were immediately examined, described, classified, identified, coded by engineer, placed in waterproof plastic bags, and taken to our laboratory for testing and storage on same day as soon as drilling of boreholes was completed. All samples were collected as weather conditions until they had been transported to laboratory for testing. Care was taken during handling, packing, and transporting, and so on. And now all samples were protected against weather conditions until they had been transported to laboratory for testing. Care was taken during handling, packing, transporting, and storing of samples to protect them against all moisture content alterations. Field testing and boreholes. Field testing and boreholes. Let's continue a few more minutes. Standard penetration test (STP), SPT, were performed at different depths in all boreholes. This is in all boreholes to obtain approximate consistencies and relative densities of ground material. Tests were performed in accordance with BS-1377 Part 9 1990 Amended 8264 Amendment 86495. Determination of penetration resistance using split barrel sample (SPT). Results are shown on logs of boring at depth of test. Standard penetration test is defined in legend to boring logs attached in Appendix B, Section B2. Interpretation of test results are also given in legend. Then excavation in trial pits. During period limit, 3 trial pits were manually excavated. Pits were excavated to a depth of 1.5 meter below existing ground surface, except TP6, which was excavated to 2.5 meters. Locations of these trial pits were proposed by OK and fixed by ACS surveyors. Locations are shown on site plan Appendix A. You will see them later on. Existing ground levels, coordinates, and execution depth for all trial bits are summarized in table 2. This is table 2. Existing ground levels, plant coordinates, and excavated depth of trial bits. TP number 2, TP number 2, this is sorry, TP number not 2, TP number, then TP 3, 4, 6, these are real, easting, northing, existing ground, and execution depth. This is the schedule says. This is TP3, this is this northing easting, and will be level, and this level TP4, and this is depth, and TP6, this is SSA 2.5 meter, as was said here, 2.5 meter, and 1.5, so this is that one. So we move forward. This is sampling from trial bits. Representative bulk samples were obtained at every change of strata from each trial bit throughout the excavated depths. These samples were placed in waterproof plastic bags, labeled, and then taken to laboratory for further examination and testing. Following laboratory tests were performed on selected samples. Natural moisture content. One is that grain size analysis, percentage fines, passing section number 200, Atherbox limits, moisture densities, resistance. Okay, then we can say now, I don't want to sleep actually. I don't. These samples were placed in waterproof plastic bags, labeled, and taken to EAC laboratory. Following laboratory tests were performed, as I said, natural moisture content, grain size analysis, percentage fines passing C number 200, attributes limits, moisture density relationship, modified CBR, thermal resistivity, and chemical tests. So all laboratory test results are presented in appendix A. Trial bits logs including PI, plasticity index, I mean to say, including PI in situ density, PI is plasticity index, in situ density, modified Proctor, and CBR test results are presented in appendix B, section B3. Field testing in trial bits. Field testing trial bits. All sides and bottom of each pit were thoroughly examined and described by geotechnical engineer per ASTM D2488. Soil classification was adjusted according to ASTM D2487 after completion of laboratory testing. In situ density test was performed in each trial bit. 8.015. Alright, now we move forward on this. Let's say field testing trial is all sides and bottoms which we could thoroughly examine and described by geotechnical engineer according to specific orders. In situ density test was performed in each trial pit every 0.5 meter interval as shown in trial pit log appendix B, section B3, and table C110. Field density test. Field density test, total of 14 number, total of 14 number in situ density tests were carried out within site area area every half meter depth in the entire pit, and at 1 meter depth in area of BH5, BH7 and BH24. These test results are summarized in table this, and this test was carried out in accordance to ASTM D15600 density and unit weight of soil in place by sand cone method. When soil electrical resistivity testing, 18 sets of electrical resistivity tests were conducted at site at selected boreholes and trial pits locations. Each set of readings consists of 5 readings at different spacings between electrodes: 0.75 meter, 1.5 meter, 2.25 meter, 3 meter and 4.5 meter internal spacing in 2 directions perpendicular to each other. Tests were carried out according to ASTM G57, 95A, standard method for field measurement of soil resistivity using Weiner 4 electrode method. Portable Mega DT Fire for the digital earth testing was issued. The results are presented in table C21, C2, Appendix C. And then we can see the position of my is also not finished. So this for field soil thermal resistivity test. A total of 6 number thermal resistivity tests using field thermal needle were carried out at location B3, B8, B15, BS17, BS15 and BS17. We use this 2 meters long needle, you remember or forgot? We talked of this in one video. There are 2 in laboratory. You have 1 meter long needle, and on site you have 2 meter long. One on, I think one is I actually forgot this diameter. One is something you can remember. So that is there. Total of 6 number thermal resistivity tests using field thermal needle were carried out at location of BH3, B8, 5 to 17 and BS24, 25 at 1 meter depth. Field needle was penetrated into soil and measurements of resistance of thermistor in probe was recorded using DMM digital multimeter attached to thermistor point in front panel of power supply unit. Soil thermal resistivity was determined depending on temperature difference in time interval. The temperature of probe during test was calculated using temperature versus resistance relation takes into consideration field needle characteristics. Test was carried out according to IEE standard 442/1981 and IEE guide for soil thermal resistivity measurements. Test results are presented in Appendix C section. Now I say like this. Next is laboratory testing. Laboratory testing is very complicated than but controlled procedure. We have page 17 of this talk. Well, I think I should not hold you now. It does not look appropriate. So I'm now going to, let's say, stop sharing. We'll take up later on this material better. In interest of this, I'm stop sharing now. I will take this page later on level testing because you have gone through this pages. I am sure everybody is not able to digest these complicated terms and technical terms comfortably. You need some time to digest it, and I already told you that yesterday I did something. You will go through that also. I hold it now, and so level testing. Second will take. So I'm stopping sharing here, and then we'll say that I got it, and if you can say I get my live video directly or not. I'm not getting answer here. It should be there. It's not coming in. I don't know reason for that. Why it's not coming in? It should have come back. Yes, come back. Thank you. It's come back. So my dear friends, I am back here to you from there, from that. The sharing is back. I just show you again this for the God purpose only this one. And I have discussed with you something from this book as well today. This cover page, this something cover page like this. I discussed with you this one, and I did not complete that. Today also that file which I just now talked to you, 15 pages of that. Also that's not complete. Doesn't matter. Completion is not a problem. As far as you keep moving is very big issue. And already I had discussed with you engineering issues and issues related to everything, which are very important from every viewpoint. And also here I should say we talked to you a lot about this book, a lot about this. You can say, I may say this way or whatever way. This is book of engineering, and engineering is very important for us. Though this one I'm not saying you buy this one, don't buy this one, but this is what is field engineering is all about. And then you must have an understanding that field engineering is an important discipline without which we cannot do anything. And FIDIC, which I say FIDIC, and you agree with FIDIC. FIDIC is contracting system devised by FIDIC itself. Contract, when I say contract involves all these technicalities which we have talked of. Without contracts, no one can do anything. That's for sure. And then it's a contract means contract. No way out, no way in. If no FIDIC means no FIDIC. FIDIC is just, I cannot say stick to FIDIC, I won't say that, but I would say learn from it. Learning is important. Being an engineer, in current scenario, just to stick to one discipline shall not help you, never. Shall not help you if you stick to only one discipline. If you say, I stick to design, okay, you stick to design, you are welcome. Be perfect in design, be expert in design, but overlapping is necessary. Interdisciplinary management is necessary. That's also very important. Why don't you do that? If I have been construction. I have in many disciplines. At that time when I use manual working, I learn myself everywhere. Or computers have come, and if you miss some software, for example, AutoCAD myself I learned. I try to do MS project. You must have software first, and you are not that rich. You can buy every software. For example, I wanted to do something on a Stat Pro. I tried one guy in my company, get me this software. And say, oh no, this is Doggle, The dongle is not for you, it's only for this company. You're sitting 300 companies for how can I do? Because people try that, nobody, only you should learn. It's company property, no problem for that. I don't mind that. Some people are like that in this world. The world is not safe, everybody is not sincere, everybody is not honest. But what you do, I suggest to all of you, contract is very important from every point of view. And if you do understand contract, you can use this technical knowledge much better than otherwise you would have used. Because contract moves everything. Because there is no one in this world who says leave contract, I will do myself everything. That's not possible. World is full of many disciplines, every project, and for that we need coordinating person is very important. That coordinating person must be with contractor as well as with engineer. But as far as engineer is concerned, I don't consider engineer can do everything, because responsibility is not owned by engineer, responsibility is owned by contracting company or contractor. It's a law of nature, law of land. Who is getting money? Contractor is getting money, so contractor has to deliver. Engineer is a supervisor only, engineer is a monitor only, so we can't expect engineer to share responsibility. But moral responsibility, responsibility for ethics, and responsibility for profession. You cannot say no, yet you are not liable, you are not accountable, but again I say, you are a professional, contractor is a professional, all staff with them is a professional, employer is a professional corporate, and we have all responsible that way. And that's what I say, that's very important point of view. And if you don't understand this point of view, we always miss. What I am observing, what's happening sometimes, contract is not clear, engineer is not clear, and staff is unclear, and there is complete unsystemized work ongoing. Quality plays very important role. Quality does not mean quality of activities. Quality means quality of systems. I'm not talking of quality assurance. I'm talking of qualified management. Structured system, as I say, quality structured. Quality structure means all your systems, whatever you are doing, your operating must be quality earned, quality systemized. Quality means every personal in every responsible position must be quality professional, and not only quality professional, good performer. What we expect from everybody is self control. You should be self-control initiator, self-control supervisor, because we don't need any supervisor if we are professionals. What's the purpose of being professional? If we ask them, you're supervisor for what? Are we not supervisors for ourselves? We all are supervisors, because we supervise self. If I say every time, first I have to lead myself. Remember, leadership starts at yourself. It doesn't start at someone else. You start leadership, other leadership will come to you. And if no, give me a job, I want this. This means you are not leader. Create job yourself. Initiate, functionalize, use your intelligence, use your commitment, use your determination, lead yourself. One has to start. You are one. In your career, you start yourself. Forget your designation. Leadership. First you lead yourself. You supervise yourself. I can say one should lead itself. One should monitor yourself. What we call in our culture self introspection. What is that? Do you know that? That is self leadership. That is self leadership, self introduction, self introspection. And if self introspection is done, it never ever stops, because we have learned a lot during our education. Everybody learns. Maybe some percentage wise different, but everybody learns. One who becomes an engineer, and particularly civil engineer, is understood, is expected to have high degree of common sense, high degree of professional sense, high degree of work sense. That person. So if you can reach that level in that age of 20 to 25, and then you have experience learning and learning and learning. Yes, you fall at many locations, but you rise and you learn in field, on projects, or somewhere else you learn. That is your learning. Using that knowledge, it is difficult, you think? Is it difficult to develop yourself a leader? You develop yourself a leader, and those who do their job themselves, they develop leadership very fast. Because those who don't expect somebody to do job for them, they sit over time and do job. And first time, second time, third time, one may face problem, but once you continue, that's what I say. And if you don't continue, you don't continue. And once you develop habit, you give jobs to others or don't give, others would come to you, please give me job. That is called leadership. Rather you force them to do this job, let them feel degraded and let you give them job. Certainly they will follow your instruction. And you do again, keep yourself on move as far as opportunities are concerned available. If you keep yourself moving, don't worry about something, keep on doing your job. Once you try this, you will do your job in a few hours and then again think of doing job. This is what I understand is leadership. Leadership means others should come to you automatically. This doesn't mean you go behind everybody, but you should be intelligent enough. You should be brilliant enough to read psychology of others. You should go through, talk to them one by one, and try to understand what they say. This is very important for engineering leader to know. Sometimes you see intelligence works, sometimes you see your power works, sometimes your shouting works. It depends upon which situation you are at. And if you are at such situation, here you think that you have to use some power, use some power. And if you think you cannot use power, you have to use brilliance, use brilliance. In engineering, writing work is very important. Everybody does not know writing, technical writing, commercial writing, coordinational writing, contractual writing, complete technical writing. That is an art everybody does not possess. I can't expect that art in a new guy, in a new or fresh outcoming engineer to know. That art, I don't say that you have used grammar or translation, but you have to express yourself. One requires to express self in writing to others, followed by speaking to others. But remember, writing is very important because writing is permanent document. In a speech you can say apologize, but in writing you should not say apologize. In a speech you can slip, Nobody cares, but in writing you cannot sleep because writing is professional document, and that later on becomes project dossiers document, dossiers component. This is very important point. I try to make it. I have suffered a lot, that's why I'm trying to advise all you. I'm not teaching you, don't expect. Though I'm not saying, I'm not claiming I'm teaching you. No, I know not to teach you at all. But teaching or not teaching, you have to decide what it is. If you're getting some information, then you decide what sort of person one should be. I don't think of money when I do some work. Money has to come, it would come if it has to come. But work is in your hand. You want promotion, you want forward immediately. In my luck, that doesn't exist. Maybe you're lucky for that. I am not. But work, spirit is in your hand, soul of work is in your hand, mind is with you, not with someone else. You can use your mind to extend whatever possible extent you can use. Others won't stop you until you create amity. And remember, be vigilant. When you are silent, you work silently. This is also very bad for others because they don't want to be silent, and you have to work silently, constructively. And when you do this constructive work, positive work, there are many people, maybe 60-70% people or personal in your circumstance, in your environment, start becoming amiable to you. Why this person is working everything, our image is not going, this person is eating our credit. That type of talks starts. Let them talk. You are not doing any crime, you are doing your job, and of course they will also start working because they are also in job like you. But don't boost your job. That's my advice. Never boost, I am doing this, just to do it. In engineering, boosting is not required. Claims are not required. If somebody asks you that you have to do this, okay, we'll see. Never say I will do it. Because sometimes what happens, I'll do it, and it doesn't happen due to whatever reason. You have to do your best. That's all you can do. More than this, you cannot do. If you can do your best, that's fine, that's okay. But say, I want to do better than that, well, I think that's a cause of error in that case. Everybody is responsible in this world. All are responsible and should be. This doesn't mean everybody is successful. God has given us energy. We should use that energy. Which God is that I don't name, I don't want to name, I don't bring to God, religion, my picture, my title, my speech. I'm saying this. Without God's support, no one can stay, no one can work. So, I have not been successful in making money in life, know that. But I don't regret. I don't regret. My satisfaction is I'm doing something for all. Something for all based on my learning. Good or bad, whatever it is. I'm not expert, I'm not highly qualified engineer. I'm only a degree engineer. I didn't do MTech, I did not do PhD, and I never thought of that. But on sites, on works, I was full time, not only 10 years, 10 hours, 12 hours, busy all time in correspondences, in quantities, in contracts, in you can say designs, in coordination is a part of design, so don't forget that. It includes designs of all subjects, not only your design, structural design. It is so much inclusive of all, and that's you have to do. Now, I'm not claiming, again I'm saying, I'm not claiming anything. Just trying to share with you my little experience, which I never shared before, because it's very difficult to write and publish books, and it's very expensive as well, and writing takes time, then it takes many. I just tried to publish one book through one publisher in 96, and took many years that book because of various at which this cover I showed to you, Civil Engineering Practice, was published in 96 first time. I had many sketches and many diagrams and writing of site, not of other subjects. There is no subject covered. There are only field activities were covered. After this also I wrote something. This publisher did not accept. No, your books are not saleable. This is not received by. We need books for students. Not you are saying these were do we purchased by professionals and by practicing engineers. There is no such visibility now. We cannot see any vistas. The people are professional are coming to buy these books. They are not supporting us well. So they don't. I wrote. So I thought to change my mind. Means it's not possible to convince publishers to do this work, but I wanted to do something. Whatever you tell people, and I found performance was not very excellent by engineers. Still, it's the same thing. Quality is falling, and efficiencies are falling. So how to control that? That's the challenge for everybody in our country. Though you may not accept that, but that's a fact. And so qualities are falling very drastically, and with certain exceptions, of course. That must be checked at the right time to check that, and this point must be clearly understood by all people, and I understand that. For that we have to give some contribution, and contribution means whatever contribute to your profession by this talk, like something else. Writing takes time and it doesn't. But if you have FB or YouTube like facility, we can use that provided people take interest, professionals take interest. I'm not finding any such interest till now. I have published many videos, but I'm not maybe it's too early to say, but at least this was something. What Let us see what happens. I try to explain as much as possible I can. I should, and I have tried smaller videos before, and then now it's sometimes up to 4 hours, sometimes up to 5 hours, depending on signals as well as depending on time, and that's all we consider now. It's too late. I think I should close this in interest of everybody, and so that you can enjoy Independence Day, 15th August 2020. I wish you all best on this day. I've already wished congratulations on this day. We got independence of this country on August 15, 1947, under India Independence Act, legislated by British Parliament, and in that two dominions were created. One was India and one was Pakistan, because Pakistan was a Bharat of this country, including Bharat, so they got excluded, they separated, and they created their own land. So we lost that area. Of course, that's politics and that is history. But whatever we have to enjoy that. But unfortunately, we are not been successful. So here my congratulations to all on this day. Happy to power millennium Independence Day to you all. And I close this video. Thank you very much. Jai Bharat, Jai Vishnu. I'll close it now.